Wait, I need to put everyone up here again. Agonia isn't seeing. There, you can see Agonia now.
Yay!
Wait! God damn it! I need to. I need to remove some tabs from. I am a very cluttered reader. That's a very beautiful book cover, honestly. Hey, Seraph. By the way, that room, you can join. Wait, yeah, right. I need to do it like this.
You can also drag them.
I can drag them. I don't know anything I can drag Zeb with. He's actually pretty nice. That's the problem.
Drag him with your right mouse.
Oh, you meant me drag him into the Discord call.
What else would I mean?
You're always dragging Ruben, though.
Yeah. Ha. Hello.
Hello.
Wow, you really interrupted him.
Yes! Interruption!
No, it's just rude.
Okay.
I was explaining how the government pays you for civic duties.
I
haven't been paid yet for mine, so
No.
that's how that came up.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, sorry.
I don't know if you had the stream muted or anything, but we kind of asked you a few times, so the only option we had was dragging you at that point.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did have the stream muted because too many... if I'm having a conversation, I can't have the stream voices in my head as well, because then it really gets me distracted.
That's actually very fair.
You can't concentrate on like 15 different conversations at once.
You know...
That was kind of my expectation why you didn't react there. So
it is very fair. I just
so we only had that option, I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, I was going to ask a different question about the US labor market / working practices, but what game we could play? We just could do Vicky or
Vicky isn't out yet, right?
Oh, okay.
I thought we were doing red killing again.
Oh, red killing. Oh, yeah, the Warhammer Vermintide.
Yeah, because Zeb had that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
No, we have.
Yeah. Next week is Vicky, though.
Yeah, next week is Vicky.
Oh, it's mixed up. Sorry.
Yeah, I just finally made also the parlor festive. I have a very I made very fat yokai cat festive. It's very, very important. So yeah, hello, Seraph. We all have a good time here. Good day.
A few hours.
What? Okay, now I'm confused. What do you...
You said time, then specified day, and then I specified hours.
I just realized, by the way, that I don't have Vermintide installed right now.
Oh,
it's pretty small. It should be relatively quick to install.
It's not going to be quick to install.
What? Oh,
it's
wait.
a chunky game.
How big is it?
39.9.
Oh yeah, that depends definitely on how much you have.
Download speed.
Yeah, that's damn.
Like I have good internet. I have good internet speed. I just don't have like fiber or like really fast. Here's the thing. I did have it installed until like 4 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago or something like that. When I had it, I just uninstalled it because it was taking up space on one of my discs, and I just never reinstalled it.
And then we talked about like, hey, let us play that.
Look, okay, hold on. Warhammer 2, I mean Total War Warhammer 3 just had a massive update the other day. I have been immersed.
Yeah.
I have been focused.
I thought you were immersed in Risk of Rain 2, but
imagine having
Vermintide. I was immersed in Risk of Rain 2. It was both.
Even better.
It was Risk of Rain 2 last week, and then this week it was Warhammer.
Ah,
Just a different Warhammer than Vermintide.
Yeah.
the
Yes.
I wanted to make a joke, but I think my brain lost it. Damn it. That's not good. Imagine not having Vermintide installed until a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, why didn't you delete it earlier?
It happens, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to? No,
just-
soon. Oh.
I was just like, is there something we could easily play on the side? But I don't think there's a good version of it.
By the way,
I
how
think
long?
We could just wait.
How long does
I
it
think
not
y'all
that
take?
long.
should probably just start. This will take a while. You can
Will
start.
it?
With
Oh, okay.
Okay,
What's your download speed? Like on Steam specifically?
On Steam, I'm getting about 10.
Well, that's
Fine.
more than double in what we have.
The
So
I think you should double check which region you're like locked into, because sometimes you can speed it up a good bit by switching
I
to a
think-
closer one.
Mhm.
If you've not done that already, maybe.
I think I am like. Oh wait, actually, I might not be because I. Hold on.
Always worth looking.
No, 'cause you bring up a good point because I changed it to download something a while back in the summer, and I haven't done very many downloads, so it hasn't really been a thing I've thought about.
Yeah, like they've got one based in Washington DC. They've got a download center,
Yes.
so.
I am on the DC download region.
Oh, okay. Well,
nah.
yeah, you can't really speed it up then.
Yep.
What's the time estimate they give you?
Probably hours.
1.5
1 hour or
hours.
so.
That's doable, but yeah, we can still talk.
You're quite slow.
Yeah.
I would say y'all should start without me, and I will join partway through.
Yeah.
If things work out that way.
Yeah. So, and there was like in the beginning saying, hey, we could also try Darktide because it currently has a free weekend, but I guess no one saw that message.
I think I read it like in my late night delirium.
Oh,
And didn't
Yeah, it was
got
kind of
Ah.
like.
yeah. Anyway, imagine getting 10. What does that mean?
the download
Darktide
speed.
just this, but with guns.
What?
Is Darktide just this, but with guns?
Basically, yeah, it's 40k.
I have heard people say that like. So I've been listening to the Warhammer community over the last couple weeks, just because the talk around Total Wars kind of invigorated other.
Wait a second.
discussions. And there were some people that were just discussing Vermintide 2 and Darktide, and they basically said like the themings and like atmosphere of Vermintide 2 is the superior of the two, but that Darktide is a much more solid game.
I
Yeah.
would argue that similarly, from what I know.
Yeah,
Especially since it's not your typical 40k thing, but more like the lore scraps of the codexes about undercities and stuff.
I mean, it's not... Okay, let me just be clear here. It is 40k, but Darktide is less, 40k, the tabletop game, and more, Necromunda. It's Necromunda, because it's literally in one hive city. So, it's a subsetting of 40k. So I get it, though, because, imagine you being in a hive city. That place just sucks visually, and, Warhammer
know
Fantasy
what?
has the better visuals.
I think you bring up an interesting thing here. Somehow, I think the majority of like the really good and fun 40k games are all like a subset of the setting.
Yeah. The
I don't think that there's like one that is like I don't think there's a game that's like a comprehensive 40k setting that is like enjoyable, fun. I don't know how a good way to put it.
I don't even think that it exists, because Necromunda and 40k, to get those things together is hard.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like,
It
Necromunda
may exist
also...
if Total, yeah, it may exist if Total War does 40k, but we still don't know about that. There's many rumors in the mills about that.
Well, then they also would need to make ship combat and land combat and air combat. And no, they can't do it.
They're not afraid of doing. They know how to do all of them.
Yeah, but, like, it might actually not turn out that well. But, like, the thing is, what I want to point out is, so some people point out, like, a Total War, Warhammer, future Warhammer is, like, actually better suited in 30k, which is very true, in my opinion. But also, yeah, the thing about 40k is, like...
I don't think GW would accept a 30k Total War game.
Probably.
You know what the weird part is?
They would say you're doing 40k so that we can sell more models.
See, I know a
Yeah,
little
probably.
about Bretonnia.
Then again, most 40k models are also 30k, so...
Rail a few years back. Never heard of a foreign
But, I mean, on the other hand, Dawn of War 4 is also coming, so...
Cobras for ya. Bloodlines.
Oh yeah, have you actually seen the recent story trailer to Dawn of War 4?
The old world.
Probably not.
Nope.
Okay, can I spoiler what they do in this one?
Sure.
Because it's fun. Okay, basically, you know, it's like, oh, the Blood Ravens are protecting Chronal, is like the narration, but we stand alone, which is just throwing that in. So, just to make that clear, Blood Ravens, you attacked Imperial allies multiple times on very flimsy reasons. Gee, I wonder why you stand alone. And then, you know, they're like, you know, Necrons wake up, and the Mechanicus is fucking around, and there are Orcords, and then they're like, oh, we're not alone, because halfway through the trailer, you're just like, yeah, actually, the main Space Marine factions is the Dark Angels. We're even throwing in a whole fucking Primarch. And you're like, Liam L. Johnson just
There's a
fucked up.
Primarch in Warhammer?
Primarchs. Those are the leaders of the Space Marine legions, forged by the Emperor
I thought you
himself.
meant like the Primarch, the shop,
No,
the clothes store.
no, the Primarchs. There are like 10 Primarchs, and they're all
They're like
led
the
a
kids
legion.
of the Chair Corps.
They're
I can't
basically.
believe they named the commanders after like a shop. They must
I'm
really
pre-
like they must really like their clothing. I don't know, which is kind of weird.
I'm
By the way,
pretty sure.
just getting this out here, I am more than happy to shit on the Emperor of Mankind.
Everyone.
To fucking do that, he's a little piece of shit. Like, I mean,
A pretty big piece of shit.
he's a pretty big piece of like. Let's
But
just,
you weren't done with the
Yeah,
shop thing.
but basically, yeah, they just went. Basically, Lionel Johnson is now back, and the thing is, what everyone kind of, because story-wise, everyone's like, hey, you should maybe talk to, to Robert Guillaume, the current leader of the Imperium / Primarch of the Ultramarines, and Lionel Johnson is just like, but what if I don't talk to my brother and just fuck off to the other side of the galaxy for a random war? It's just like, just finally talk to him. We've been waiting for decades, you asshole. By the way, there are a few new missions. Until Zepp is here, we could maybe do the new
I don't mind.
Reichland Tales mission. Let's just have some new stuff in here. We
Atran is fine, I guess.
yeah, we have just not had enough of that.
Oh, you forgot the Twitch integration.
I am totally sorry.
No more
I am sorry.
lightning. No more annoying lightning that hits us. when you don't win.
No more triple pike rats.
Hey, chat, do you want to vote on our misery? There you go.
Always stern and present Mistress Grimke. He loved
Oh, else will I sabotage you
Of
all.
a fighter,
Hey.
but his sword, now that was a thing of beauty. I haven't seen it since before Uber's Reich.
Oh yeah, Seth, I was going to ask you about US
Rock bloods have got their
working
fingers
practices /
I'm not happy.
environment, sort of. Oh yeah, so have you ever heard of the streamer Ellie Minibots at all?
No.
No.
No. Okay. She's an engineer. And she was like, "Oh yeah, I just like started work, and like it's so great. I only have to work 70 hours a week, and like all my like colleagues, they're actually nice, and you know I don't get sexually harassed over like wearing a skirt or being the only girl or like racism of
Sounds depressing.
and and people are like, okay, if you're working at least if you're working like a lot of hours, like 70 hours, that's a lot of hours. You're at least getting paid overtime, right? Yeah, apparently not with salaried employees. There's like even if you do earn a salary, you're not paid more or actually paid more than like your standard hours. Well, that's like the standard hours is like 70 odd hours. Like
Pretty much. Salary. So
is that normal?
The way that,
what?
So the way that salaried employment works is that you, if I were to put it in simple terms, and this is not like fully like there are nuances to this that I can't really get into right now just because I don't have all the information. But generally, the way it works is it's pretty much being part-time except your hours are fixed, and you can you can work more than your contracted hours,
But you're not paid anything
but
more.
you're not paid anything more unless it is explicitly unless it's like an
Stated?
explicitly stated thing, or like because it's all contractual stuff. So basically, your employer has set up a contract with you where you provide your services from like say 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon.
Weirdly,
And
I
of
have
course you
weird
get all,
legs
like, the
right now.
internal stuff. Of course, you get all the internal stuff like your lunch break and so on. But for the most part, you've got a pre-decided amount that you're being paid, regardless of whether you've worked more or less during that time. So if you get your work done as a salaried employee, you don't technically need to be on. Again, this depends on your contract, because some contracts are like you have to be here, you have to be online or whatever.
You have to be in office at these hours.
Yeah, you have to be in office at all of these hours. That said, you can kind of skirt around things by not actually working while you're on the clock. Because like as long as you get the job done, you're good usually. And when I say usually, I'm accounting for things like bad managers and like the weirdos and uptight people who don't think if you're not doing something, you're not completing your job or something like that. It's like there's a lot of nuance there. But basically, a salary is pretty much like a guarantee of your wages. Instead of like whereas working like part-time, it's like you get scheduled, you have an hourly wage and you get scheduled 4 hours, and then you work those hours and get paid those hours.
Okay.
And then contract working is a little different, because what you do is you're basically hourly wages. Like your contract working can go many ways, but one of the common ways is that you're working hourly wages, kind of, for much higher values than a part-time worker. And it's all decided by contract. And you essentially log and record the hours that you've worked, and you send the bill to your employer at the end of a paying period, or before the end of the paying period, so that they know how much they need to pay you for the work that you've completed.
Oh, fuck. We can't get to you.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm dead then. Yeah, that's kind of... I understand that all, but it's still all very weird from a European perspective.
Yeah,
right?
We have workers'
Or
rights
at
a
least
bit
even
more.
the UK. Like, the UK isn't the best on workers' rights, but still, like,
yeah.
like, even though I am a salaried employee, and I do have, like, oh, I've got to work this many hours or something like that, or be in the office, or be available during these certain
So-
times.
The way it's
I
not
feel
that
like
we
it
don't get
overtime.
overtime.
Yeah.
It's not that we don't get overtime. Overtime is
It's just contract dependent, isn't it?
it's a little contract dependent. There are places where you are required to have overtime logged, and overtime isn't decided based off of like per day basis. It's based off of a per week basis. So like if you're working, if your contract is for 40 work hours for the week, then you're working 50 hours.
Why are you back there? Wait, Agonia,
Then
please
you
turn
need to
around.
have logs, evidence, and reasons for the overtime work, and you have to put in the requests for the overtime stuff so that HR can
I can actually
apply
reach.
that to your paycheck.
We can't reach him. He spawned way back.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Kind of funny at work because they want us to do more overtime, and like that's what they target, but they can't force. They can't. They literally cannot make this. I mean, look, we're unionized as well, so that kind of changes things a bit as well.
Yeah.
Over here, it depends. There's so much diversity in like the kinds of employers that you have.
True. I mean, over
Some
here as
are,
well,
like-
but still.
Some are very good. Some have longer work hours per week. So like they'll do say
996 sort of thing, or if they're like a staff,
Yeah.
especially or something.
So yeah, so they'll like do a they might do like a slightly shorter. Some might do like a slightly shorter work day and then just have you work an extra day during the week, or they might do heavier work days and have you work fewer days of the week. It all depends. Usually it's the 9 to 5 schedule on a 5-day work week.
But yeah, it can vary a bit depending on a lot. So it can vary a lot, basically.
Yes.
That's interesting.
But for the most part, like, overtime is well respected. It's all contractual, and there are, and it's usually left to state labor laws. So like some states are really strict about overtime. Some states are not very strict about overtime. And it's all like cultural. Like it depends on
The state, the economy, the kind of
culture,
work,
the economy, and the kind of work, and all that kind of stuff.
Seems pretty complicated.
It is complicated, but the complication is intended to provide the most balanced and fair situation for both employers and employees on a local level.
It just means
the
things
problem
are
is that
much more on an individual basis, and you can't really make general sweeping generalizations about a lot of these things.
Some of them you can. But it is kind of handled. It's handled more on like a regional level than say a federal, national level. There are like federal minimums that you have to minimum standards that you have to meet for these kinds of things. But again, it's like pretty much every state goes above the federal minimums. Because they have their own specific way of handling things.
Okay.
I'm not sure how it's here, like, generally, but as far as I remember, it's mostly like if you work overtime here and the employer didn't tell you to stop, they have to pay you for overtime stuff. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think it's
Because the employer already has more power over the employee already, so...
But yeah, they can literally fire you. So.
Yeah, so if you want to balance it between the two, you have to work on more power.
Yeah, and so in a lot of cases here in the U.S., if you don't want to work overtime, yeah, you can just say no, and they can't really they can't fire you. In most states, they cannot fire you for not wanting to work more overtime, for not wanting to work
That wasn't the
overtime.
point, but yes.
I'm not wanting to work more than your
Yes.
contractually obligated hours are.
Exactly. That said, there is the problem of basically employment being at will in almost the entire U.S. And at will basically means that you
It's
can
gig work, isn't it? Sort
no.
of? No, I mean it's not.
At will employment basically means that what's a good way to say it?
They can fire you any time.
Tom.
That's it.
Yeah, so they could fire you at any time for any reason. But there's like a whole culture that's behind the thing that kind of like prevents it from being like as toxic as it sounds it would be.
Finally woken up.
It is still like terrible depending on the corporation, but for the most part, there's like rules and regulations about like firing for cause.
There is also the whole thing of, depending on the business, depending on the company, the area of the company works in.
Oh, you have found way to go.
Sometimes,
Oh.
and quite a lot of the time, the company will actually want you. Or if they're
wait,
a good company, they will actually
Ruben.
want you and invest in you.
Ruben.
Sorry?
Get over
Yeah.
here. I found
Okay.
a key.
Yeah,
There's
it's
Yeah,
like,
so-
they're spending
the-
money
the-
on you. They're spending money to develop you and to do all these stuff.
Okay,
To do the stuff you do. So it'd be kind of a waste if they're just like, oh yeah, we'll get rid of you. Or at least
it
you think they-
depends really on the business to a degree. Some,
Depends, yeah.
like, the thing is,
but it also like so the in the U.S. the government also has like they have certain rules that if the company breaks them, so like a retaliation firing, the company's just fucked itself over massively. Like it's very much a situation of you can kind of fuck each other over a little bit as like employee or employer, and the government's not going to get involved.
yeah, it's a
But
grimoire.
if you like do something that's like nasty or like bad, and you break one of the rules
Okay.
the government has set rules.
How do we continue here now?
They will, like you will be fucked over as a business.
Or you should be, at least.
We can,
So our like if because we don't have super strict rules on a lot of things, once you cross the line, it's like taken very seriously.
Okay.
oh wait, here you can, oh, you can go through here. This was a bit weird. There we go. Kill him. Die. A ship. Yeah, those are sites that you would probably not see in Darktide.
Our time is short. Powerful attacks. It's a chaos warrior.
What's your sort of like work experience in that sort of like employer side sort of thing? Is that like maybe outside of your current job if you don't want to talk about it, but sort of
What do you mean?
like good employer, bad employer, they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna fuck you up. We'll just screw you over. Sort of.
So my current employer is the largest business that I've worked for, which is a school, which is not a very big organization. Comparatively, actually no, that's wrong. I used to work for Target.
Also,
So that
hey,
was, like-
Stormwalker. Sorry, I haven't said that because the talk is intense. Okay, let's see. Oh, we have to attack the ships. Wait, let's actually synchronize that instead of just keep firing.
So was it just Target before, or was it just?
So I worked at Target, and I worked at a small grocery store, and I've also worked at a restaurant.
Service gigs. How work?
I don't want to work. So everyone should work the service industry.
Oh, of course.
I stand by
It sucks, but it teaches you a bit. Teaches you
it
to
teaches
be.
you a lot. Well, it teaches you. I actually think it's more so than the reasons that a lot of people give, which is like, oh, if I have to suffer, you guys have to suffer, or you have
Or
to
just
know
treating
the pain
people
of
nicely.
Service employees. I think there's a lot of like things that you learn from working service industry, and working
Patience.
retail. And so I think that it was a good experience. I don't want to do it again. I worked in service/retail for about 6 years, I think. So about as long as I've done my current job, which has been in education. And so my previous employers, the restaurant gig was not very good.
Was it like a small family restaurant, or was it like big chain? Sort of?
It wasn't a chain. It was family owned, but it was really just the guy was the owner, and he was the only one involved, and his wife and kid were not involved in the store. I wouldn't really call it family owned.
Just a little bit bigger, but still kind of, yeah.
Yeah. I worked for him for a little while, and then I also did I did a family owned, the grocery store was family owned.
Oh, okay.
That was my first job. I worked for them for about a year, and then I did the restaurant thing for about 2 years.
Skaven Steamboats. That's neat.
Minimum wage, or was it? Actually, did you get minimum law at least? So that, like, you'd think DC would have a higher minimum wage than like the federal one.
DC's minimum wage I think it's transitioning up to a higher level starting in 28. I think it's supposed to be moving towards $10.47. I think something like that. I think it's been a while since I've seen or discussed the DC wage laws and stuff. But it is higher than federal minimum wage, which has not moved in decades, which is a problem. But that's also just like an issue of Congress being Congress.
Doesn't Congress have control over the minimum wage for you guys, at least mostly?
Not really.
Not really, or is it?
So yes and no. So the way that DC laws work is that our council, because of we have a council and mayor that are able to create and set laws for Washington, D.C. So long as the laws don't contradict or try to negate any federal laws, we can set our own. But every single law that we sign has to be approved by Congress. But usually, the approval process is pretty it's pretty what's the word? I've used it today. It's pretty procedural. So they'll just put it on a vote in Congress, and Congress will be like, yeah, sure, they're doing their own thing. That sounds reasonable. And they'll give us the okay for our.
No, wait.
I do a stupid thing again.
No, I saved it home. I just wanted to heal.
Yeah, not here.
But it does also mean that Congress can veto a law if we want. It's they can say.
Didn't they do that with the marijuana law or something or gun control? I think.
They did that for a gun control law that we tried to do a while back. We do have a lot of them already, so it's not that hard for them to make the excuse beyond and some of the excuses are reasonable. Some of them are more perspective things, but for the most part, it's not common for Congress to say no to our laws.
With the
marijuana,
I don't know where.
Right, the other ship.
There's a barrel.
Yeah. So what they did with the marijuana thing is that they basically let us.
Room
get
has
rid
one.
of the-
That's I know,
illegal.
but we need two.
So marijuana is now legal up to certain amounts, but they basically prevented us from enacting the law that allows us to tax the dispensaries.
Oh, that so you're not really getting any of the benefits of it being legal.
So we legalized
Then
it in
let's,
order to get the tax benefits of taxing the industry, but we weren't allowed to pass laws that would cause that.
Which is kind of stupid in a way. But if you're gonna be, oh god,
Yeah,
like so you're not getting any of the benefits, but all the downsides. Oh.
Yep.
Oh, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah, that's interesting. It's only going up to about $10 a year because it's funny because in the UK the minimum wage has gone up a boatload. I think as it's coming max rate.
Oh no, I had it wrong.
Oh, what did you?
So let me
I need to wait.
Our standard minimum wage currently is $17.50 per hour.
Okay, yeah, that's a good bit high.
But for tipped employees, it's $10 an hour.
Well, I mean, that's quite a lot of employees though.
The things with tipped employees is that they make a crap ton of money off. They often make a crap ton of money off their tips.
Yeah, who cares?
But still, I hate tipping. I fucking hate tipping.
It shouldn't be a thing, really.
Just fucking pay. Just fucking pay them.
So DC did, we did...
Hey, Rizlord.
Sign a law about tipping to,
Was it like the no tax on tips thing? Like similar to Trump or
basically... I forget exactly what it was, but basically the point of the law was to lower the amount of restaurant workers that had to rely on a tip wage.
Okay, that's good. I mean, it was the minimum value you can pay for a tipped employee federally. At least that amount is a lot higher than the federal amount, I believe. Like, isn't the federal amount like $3 an hour or something? Or
I think we need to get here.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's.
That said, the thing is, until recently, when the economy kind of went to shit again.
You mean it's not shit now?
It just gets weirdly worse.
I just said it is shit now.
Oh, sorry, I misheard.
In the past, when the economy was stronger...
it was stronger? I thought it was like less shit.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, go on.
When the economy was stronger, people could get by on that with working the one job. And of course, the federal minimum that would require the tips to get by in most places. But many of the places where they did pay that low, it was still viable. And oftentimes the tipping would be more generous in there on account of like the other wage, so like the people that are patroning the stores. And so
but people are obviously cutting back right now because times are tough.
I mean, it's not even just like times are tough. Times are tough, plus wages haven't increased in like way too long when they've needed to in order to keep up with the rise of. Basically, wages have not kept up with economic growth, which is the biggest problem of all, which people don't like to talk about.
I mean, kind of join the club.
The thing is, it paints economic growth.
Well, half the economic growth is kind of bull plot right now because it's all AI.
Yeah.
Or at least in the numbers. It's just everything's K-shaped. Like if you're billionaire, you're kind of fine, but if everyone else is screwed. Oh god. everywhere.
But yeah. Anyways, the thing is, there are a lot of places in the U.S. where it's just insanely cheap to live there. The problem is that those places are not going to be cheap anymore because of
People are moving away to where it's cheaper, obviously.
No, not even that.
Oh, not even that?
Like,
Oh, okay.
So there's a housing crisis that's on the verge right now. And
Hey, can someone kill the thing?
Why kill the ratling gunner when it can just kill the rats for you?
That's
Oh,
the
can you get the...
Right.
Sorry, the dragger person. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, so there's as much as people like shit on the way that things are done in America and a lot of things. For the most
There are
part,
reasons.
There are reasons, and it's worked for a while. The problem is that
Right now, it doesn't.
right now, a lot of things are not working, and a lot of the things that were working but were still a little problematic are like it's showing the ugly.
I mean, that's why people shit on it, because it was obvious that it wouldn't work for a long while.
Like, things not being... Like, was it the minimum wage not being tagged to inflation or something like that?
Yeah, so like that's an issue. The static minimum wages.
Okay, I'm just not seeing shit anymore.
It's not that things wouldn't work any longer. It's
the economic problems we have right now. I could have told you 10 years ago. Not the exact cause, but that they will be there, yes. And most economists should know that too. So, yeah.
We hold up at the wrong end.
It was talked about. The problem is that people who are in charge did not want to have that in the narrative because of the weird. A lot of it is based off of the weird obsession of with like I don't want to call it this, but the infinite growth thing, where it's like there's like this obsession with our business is always going to be growing at like 10% every year. That's how we get all the investors and such to sign on to us.
But that gets very hard. Well,
I literally couldn't do shit because I was like thrown from the Blight Tornado in like 3 times in a row from one Blight Tornado to the other. And I'm sorry, that was the one moment where you maybe should have stopped talking.
Sorry.
It wasn't not helpful.
I did stop talking for a moment, though, I will say. And I saw you in the tornado, and I was like, are you going to talk about the tornado now?
No, because you kept talking. Like,
I waited. I gave you the chance.
The room's clogged.
Oh, by the way, just to get off of like the more somber conversation for a moment, we got our first snowfall this season.
Oh, nice. We had that like last week, where okay, I mean, the polar vortex is in a shit condition, but it at least brought very cool air down, and it gave us really nice snow for a day. That was straight up wombo. It was a wombo combo. Stormwalker, hi now, fully. Yeah, I was just also like, help, someone rescue Ruben, help.
I can't rescue Ruben all the time.
Silent screaming in my mind.
But
if you do have some good news about the US, the average rent this year hasn't gone down. Is that sorry? It hasn't gone up. It's gone down actually.
What has?
In the US, at least the average US rent.
I mean, that's something, but I feel like there's probably gonna be an asterisk to how that happened.
So
no, it's just
that is it's some of that is landlords and managers feeling the pain of like having empty places.
Well, yeah, because there was a larger build out over the end of the pandemic, sort of.
So there was a small amount. So at least in like the DC area, there was a small amount of conversions that happened, and some constructions that were already pre-planned that had continued on, but for the most part, the what's it called? For the most part, the what were we talking about?
Average US rent prices, and then the decrease.
Average rent.
Yeah,
We have
yeah.
So
of the new missions, I guess.
basically, a lot of it's kind of a situation where too many people got priced out of rent, and landlords were like, why are people not paying rent? Why are there not people that are signing on for our rent agreements? And they realized, a lot of them realized, oh wait, our rent prices are too high.
People are just living it with their parents and staying longer with their parents.
Yeah.
Which is understandable.
There was a very minor basically reaction to this, where some rent prices went down because they just needed people in buildings. If they needed anybody in, not that they like went anywhere down to like anyone. I don't care how much.
No.
It's like they decreased prices a little bit so that they could coax some more people into agreements. There's also like a This is a problem that I have with the rental market. Some of this is a little, I don't want to say fabricated because that's not the right way to put it. But one of the ways that they get you is they know that moving is hard, and so they basically give you like a really cheap deal for your first year of rent or whatever, or your first 6 months, and then they jack up the prices, which essentially in some ways forces you to move, and so you end up in the situation of like people are basically moving all the time, or they can't afford to move, and so they have to
stay. Yeah.
They're forced into paying an extremely high rent, and so they have to end up taking a second job or something like that. And so it's just a whole mix of a really annoying and stupid business plan that just does not work for a lot of people that they're trying to.
Honestly, I'm kind of amazed that some people are like, oh hey, you know what? You know, it's like, okay, you're a landlord. Basically, you will just get money from owning a house. And then some people are like, but what if I coax people in with a good deal and then I jack up price and oh, they're gone? Huh. Why did that happen?
It's what they expect.
There are a lot of expenses. There are a lot of expenses to being a landlord. Like,
yeah, you still get money
to
for
a
free.
degree, but yeah, like I mean,
there's
technically you're not
property taxes, and you still have to do the work for like actually maintaining the building and. Like,
you know what? If they actually need to, if they don't weasel their way out of that, like there's a.
For the most part, they can't.
I mean, that depends on.
Especially in PT, there's really strict, there's like extremely strict, very tenant-favored laws that make it so that.
Wait a second, we have a red over.
I still don't know where to go. Oh, down here.
Yeah. Okay, so you.
I think. I don't know. Maybe that's where we came from. I'm looking. Looks like where we came from. Yeah, that's the problem. Those are not maps, I know, because I never played them.
I just want to.
So we actually should focus. That's the problem. I mean, technically, as soon as you have enough houses, you can just pay other people to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's one of the problems in the U.S. Property market is that there's so many, and the same thing is happening in Canada. It's actually even worse in Canada.
I mean, it's everywhere.
No, genuinely, it's happening everywhere.
Yeah.
At this point.
There's big conglomerations and corporations basically that own hundreds of properties.
Yeah.
And this isn't necessarily just like you own a bunch of you own apartment buildings. No, these are like corporations that own random houses in random neighborhoods or collections of
Yeah,
neighborhoods.
that we have
or even
that
an
here.
entire
Instead of
neighborhood.
being a house, it's
And
financial asset.
you know what's the worst part about that? So like up until the 2000s or so, most housing in Germany was housing co-ops, and they basically were like, you had to basically find someone to who takes the apartment after you, but they were basically run in the sense of like you only pay what you need to keep the apartment running. So they are in comparison pretty cheap.
That is also a
And-
shifting of the burden of maintenance.
No, it's like like those things are like when they still exist, they're actually pretty good. The thing is just they basically were literally abolished because companies lobbied to be like, if you privatize that, we could run that a lot better and more efficient, and it was a lie.
Bullshit. Because it costs the same amount no matter what.
Wants to lug your corpse around.
I just now just demand more money basically. So lol.
Down we go.
Wait a second. What is down here? But wait, there's stuff not suspicious here.
He sort of had a wee bit of a similar thing in terms of the whole right to buy thing with Margaret Thatcher in the 80s. So you had a lot of social housing being built in the 1960s and 70s, which was a really good thing. Like, honestly, we actually haven't reached the same amount of house building since then per year. Not even now, with a much larger population.
Yeah.
But so, in practice, theoretically, it's a good idea because it's sort of getting people on the housing ladder. It's the idea is where you've been living in social housing for a while. What we'll do is we'll let you be able to buy that property. So it is increasing a lot more supply, and it does kind of fit the whole Tory ideology of being quite capitalistic along the lines of if you actually have a stake in this system, you're going to be a lot more pro it, sort of. So if you're a homeowner, you actually have a financial stake in the economy and everything like that, essentially.
I mean,
The problem was that, so the idea of letting people buy their council houses is not a bad thing. Like, sure, it gives them the chance to get into the housing ladder and, actually own a place. But the main problem was they didn't replace the buildings that they sold.
yeah, that's
They
a
didn't use the
problem.
money to actually build new places, which would kind of be
That
a
would
useful
be
thing for making it sustainable, because once
Yes.
the place is gone, it's gone. And it's funny enough, a lot of councils are now renting those former social homes, council houses, at a much more inflated price, because guess what?
yeah.
They don't own the asset. They've sold the asset, and the price has gone up. So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, now there's just a lack of social housing generally because we're not building fucking enough because fucking NIMBYs. Stupid fucking planning laws, but still.
honestly, I do think there is not a bad idea to have small houses that rent until you buy, and from that money you can
that's
build
not
more
bad.
houses. That's a solid plan, I would say, for family
owning your
homes
own home
especially.
is a good thing, but it just
That actually used to be the standard in the U.S. up until I think the mid 2000s when renting housing became a lot more popular. Well, not popular. But
I mean, there are
not
certain benefits to being a
but
renter
it-
in terms of
it was just,
flexibility, mobility, but still.
the methodology was just worded a little differently, or practiced slightly differently in that we basically, instead of actually renting, you buy it from the outset, so you become owner. You have ownership materially, but financially, technically, you would get a mortgage, which means that so long as you're paying your rent, in this case, which is your mortgage, which is the loan that you've taken in order to buy the house. So long as you're paying that, you have ownership rights over the house.
You maybe shouldn't be down there.
Well, that's the whole point of a mortgage, and mortgages are generally a lot better for you as a financially because you're actually building up some sort of capital rather than paying for somebody else to build up their capital because they've done a buy-to-let.
Yes.
I mean,
and
also
the advantage of that is that you're invested in that, in, like you're invested in improving and maintaining that capital instead of.
Also, just that community because you're going to be living there. Most mortgages are 15, 20 years.
So the housing market in the U.S. used to be very good. It used to be great, amazing.
It was. Honestly, I think the housing market was everywhere pretty good, mainly because, you know, at some point people were basically like, okay, hey, we need to get people into housing, period. Yep. And in some
need a place to live. It's not optional.
And I do think there are maybe.
I mean, it's also been proven that people that are housed are more productive in the economy.
Yeah. And I mean, also, like,
if you have guaranteed shelter, you tend to also nobody help.
Okay, okay, I'm doing the cops right here, but like,
yeah, I don't.
I kept saying. Okay, wait.
Okay, I'm not coming.
I said you should come over to us. Have you not listened?
No, it's very hard to talk and play the game at the same time.
And you can talk. Maybe you can talk. It's just a small thing of like. The thing about the housing markets is like the thing about housing is just like there are a lot of
it's ways. The same with water. If people have free access to water, they tend to be more productive.
Well, they also tend to use it more because it's a free good, which is one slight downside.
Also, they need to drink. It's just another point.
I mean, it's a downside from a capitalistic perspective, yes.
I mean, what can I say when someone says if they would remove human rights, it would open up so many business opportunities, and you're just like...
Oh, was it Peter Thiel?
No, someone else was it, but they just said
The thing with water in the U.S. is, like, you can go into a restaurant, request water, and they're supposed to give it to you.
I have no idea what that has to do with anything, but okay, yes, I know.
I mean, it's more like you should be able to drink your tap water.
You can't be refused access to water in the U.S.
I don't think
that's not the point.
If there's things like
that wasn't the point.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't the point, but you're correct that that's the case. Even though I would argue, yes, you technically are because you need still money for it. So.
Yeah. Oh well.
Why am I wrong there?
Like,
No, I was asking a question.
Tap water is free.
Yeah, but can you get it without buying anything else?
Probably the majority of places, yes.
Cool.
They're probably gonna look at you weirdly.
Yes, it wouldn't surprise me because
they then got to clean the glass, and that cost money, and they're employing people that cost money. So.
Yeah, like
be a dick move.
If people are like abusing that, then the restaurant will on an individual basis they'll be able to say like, hey, look, this has been abused, and people have been like, it's been a financial burden to provide water, and.
Yeah, so in other words, if enough people can't drink free tap water in an area, the restaurants will be overloaded, and then they can't drink anymore.
But also, we have water fountains, public water fountains that are well maintained.
Questions? So, well, that's at least something.
And they're free.
Why are we talking about water now?
I don't know.
Water.
You brought it up, I think.
Oh, I remember because I think it was Ruben who said like people with like secured housing are more productive. And I'm like, yes. Same with water and technically food. Yeah. People are more productive.
Yes, but there is also the whole slight phenomenon of people value something less if it's free. Like even if you pay like a penny for something, you generally tend to have more like what was it, investment sort of.
It's
more
basic
built into the system. Like if you okay,
it's part of the sunk cost fallacy. Like the more you're invested in something monetarily.
1 second.
Like, yeah. So even if you make something super cheap in terms of like it's available to everyone.
The village is a
Versus if you make it free,
Close up. We'll go street
people are a
by
lot more
street.
likely to appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now's the question.
So if you, so I think it was based off sort of. There were some examples of where certain charities were giving out mosquito nets for free, and like people just generally tended to not use them much. Whereas if they made them like super duper cheap, and yeah, they'd pay for them, they would actually use them.
Now we have to ask the obvious next question: why is that? Is it inherent, or is it something that's more or less like impressed onto people?
I think it's more just in terms of there can be a case for making somebody pay for something, but make it cheap.
How did
By the
That
way,
gets into
really-
like a, I think that gets into kind of like a, what do you call it? Like a psychological, like on a
Logical
society
fallacy?
level.
It is okay.
Well, not really a fallacy, but it's like it's asking the question of, is something that is inherent to how we behave something that we've been trained to do by society, and at that point it's just
Oh,
kind of like there's not much,
Yep, it
there's
happens
not much
again.
use discussing it.
Yeah.
Why did you
By
turn
the way,
around?
I'm gonna go get some water real quick.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah, that was
No worries.
that was my question. Literally, like I was asking if it that the next question is then if this kind of behavior is basically like impressed, trained, nurtured, however we want to call it, onto a certain subset of humans, or as the study said, a big chunk of humans.
I think
Or
it's a
is
more
it inherent?
natural thing in terms of.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I personally don't
it's
think
more
so.
natural in terms of
Yeah.
like. So, do you actually have a stake in this system? Generally,
You know what? That can
perhaps
happen.
more if you rely on it. So if it's sort of like, yeah, the state offers like free buses, but like you drive everywhere, you're not going to really care about it. So I guess it could be that as well, sort of.
It really depends, because like it also is to a degree a social and marketing thing, because like for example, if something is free and you know people are disenfranchised a lot, they usually tend to destroy things that are free, just you know because of a psychological feeling of wanting to take control again. By the way, I want to say what Rizlord said, it's a lot that you have to provide free water, no purchase needed. Clubs get around this by charging an entrance fee, and the water fountain is outside attached to the building, which is just, oh boy. But also, like, I do think depending on what you provide and which quantity will also affect a lot how people will interact with it. Because, like, for example, when we talk about housing, a lot of people are very, like, Vienna, for example, people are very much caring about their houses because their social housing is... Where are you again? That's not the way to go.
I'm just looking things.
Stay together. For once.
I think we stayed together. You walked away.
Come on. Come here.
Okay,
Come
sorry.
here.
No, not you.
Good
Yeah,
girl.
walked away.
Good girl. Good boy.
Oh God. Ew. What are you saying?
Hey, Gossip Girl, welcome back to the, yeah, it went super well.
Totally.
Totally.
Yeah, because that's kind of what interests me.
What, the like societal versus the nurture thing, or
Yes. So the psychological versus the nurture, because that would change a lot of things actually, like how we should approach things.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm not a psychologist or sociologist, really.
Well, I don't know either, but like for example, if it's in nature, if it's a natural trait of humans, then there's nothing we can do about it, and then we just need to, well, sell things
there is
cheaply.
also the whole thing of a natural trait. Well, that's the natural trait for the average.
Yes, yes.
Whereas like you get a lot of variance in that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, if it's like inherent, then, well, we have to keep that. If it's not inherent, then there's actual, well, different options to explore. Say it like that.
Yeah,
Because then it's just, like, for example, people don't want to get stuff for free because they think they're being looked down upon. Something like that.
Yeah, like,
there are different
what was
reasons.
So there was this one streamer who's like literally just going into like small channels chats and being like, "Hey, do you want $1,000?" Understandably, one person was just like, "Nothing in life is free," and that's how she responded. And it's like, fair enough. Like, I mean, that's a generally good thing. That's a generally understandable.
Honestly, in our society, yeah, that's trained because,
Yeah,
like, you
yeah.
will be trained that, you know, if something is free,
Or if something's
No,
too
no.
good to be true, or
Yes.
yeah,
you
that's
think it's too good to be true.
like it's basically a
From a
scam.
philosophical, I'm back, by the way. From a philosophical point of view, technically nothing in life is free, as it is a literal, actual, true
Yeah.
thing. Because technically,
Everything
like,
expends
if
energy.
someone is genuine, like if someone is not giving you something and not expecting anything back at all, like genuinely, you're technically paying them with gratitude.
If you're feeling
Okay,
gratitude,
technically. Oh, we have
Yeah.
a problem. We need to get
an
out.
externality,
And
but
like there's a give and take there of very non like
Get up
Physical
here.
goods.
value.
okay.
Yeah. And sometimes the take is self-serving in that the person who's giving gains like a emotional benefit from the act of giving.
Yes,
And
but
it's not
like
always like
philanthropic people.
Yeah, but like,
But then you're
it's like, it
talking-
could be like a genuinely good thing.
less about free, but more about like the motivation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
Which-
that's where you kind of get into like
that's-
the more philosophical topic.
I personally would argue it makes no difference if someone gives you $1,000 for free because they either want emotional gratitude or don't expect anything in return. It makes technically no difference.
Yeah. The thing is that some people,
But
there's a
people
lot of people that
have their pride. People have their
Yeah. Because some people will see it as demeaning to themselves for receiving that, or being
or
Yeah.
just
that
being
way that
like
they
used
get
for
it.
views or for or it being degrading.
Well,
Even
also,
if
I would
that-
say
yeah,
it-
even if that is not the intent or action that is actually happening,
Yes.
it can feel that way. Like, not everyone feels the same way about the same thing. That's the problem.
Yeah, of
Into
course.
here.
Yeah. And then there we come like back. Seems more like a trained thing than an inherent thing. But
or
I don't know.
perhaps a cultural thing as well.
Very
Culture
much
is also
cultural.
yes, culture is also
Big fan
trained
of trading, true, but
because culture
It's
has
perhaps
just
a lot- it's a
societal
lot more
And
values.
part of the problem here is that we don't know enough about we don't know
True.
enough about human neurology and psychology to like give a definite answer.
Considering
Like,
that
are some
the
of
exact
these things,
stuff
like,
you
inherent in humanity because
can I say one thing? The
yeah.
exact stuff you tell about, you know, the people that, you know, accept a few things or not, is much more prevalent in Anglospheric countries. So it is actually definitely more a cultural thing from what we know. Because, for example, if you come from a culture where, for example, the most dominant religion isn't, you know,
Christianity
Did
or
you-
Protestant Christianity or
not only Christianity. The thing is very much the denomination of Christianity, because you need to keep in mind
okay.
Roman Christians are still very much in an still very much have more of the idea of you know giving and accepting, like those, like a lot of southern European cultures are very social thinking. Meanwhile, if you look at, for example, if you look at the English and you basically all the splinter cults.
Anglosphere, sort of.
Yeah, the Anglosphere splinter cults, they all basically turned into, no, you need to do shit yourself, else you're not worthy. And that had a lot of repercussions, basically.
Well,
The
there's
thing
pros
is-
and cons.
So the thing is that this is not those behaviors are not exclusively human.
Nobody said something about exclusive, right?
No, it's just more prevalent there. Also, hey, Jade Sojourn. Yeah, we are fucking in the political discourse again.
Like
The idea of no free lunch and the ideals that come from that are deeply Victorian. Yeah, like, I mean, there's a reason a lot of that emanated in, like, I'd say there is a big difference in how, you know, you can also look at how capitalism and developed in, like, different countries in Europe. Because, like, for example, Britain was basically, like, the most fucked up version imaginable. It was just not... What?
I was shocked up the map.
Same here.
That is not good.
Oh yeah, now it's your turn.
Well, everything philosophical is political. Yeah, I mean, that's normal, but also...
Yeah, because everything is political.
Yeah, but this is more in...
I guess more
Okay,
just stereotypical sort of.
The problem is that identifying, like, the difference between what is natural versus cultural.
It's hard to do.
It's not just hard. Finding out the answers would be extremely inhumane. It would require an inhumane process.
Yeah,
like, you'd have to record every single experience of every single person of every single part of their life.
Yeah, well, it's not even just that.
Not even that. Yeah.
Like another Stanford prison experience.
Yeah. As Nya already.
Everyone focus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Chaos Warriors.
Yeah, but as Nya already said, like, since we can see vast differences between cultures in this sort of thing.
Fuck. No one helped from behind.
There's probably a bigger, nurturing part than an actual genetic.
You should have maybe run it that route.
I think the main question. I think is like, which direction has culture led us?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, for example,
what I mean by that is like, because we can't determine which culture or which cultural influence is deviating more from what could be considered like a baseline human psychology. Not
I guess you would also say
sentience brings a whole complication.
We can actually say that in most cultures that we have documents of in history, up until basically the advent of Protestantism and especially the refocus on capitalism during, the before the Victorian age, a lot were communally oriented and much more social. Like, that was basically the standard, and only later, what was written down how they actually how they were supposed to function was actually by, basically Victorian historians that just were like, maybe we need to, maybe how we do things was always the normal thing. Like, we know nowadays that the most dominant expression is a social one in societies. But yeah, I would say, like, one of the big examples is, like, if you just look at how massively, the ideas about how, capitalism development, for example, Victorian England versus, for example, Germany, is like, in Victorian England, it was basically a massive fuck you. If you didn't have money, you didn't deserve to have bread without bleach.
Or you deserve bread with bleach because it was white.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. But also, like, not real regulations, there was not really homes, and also generally, people were looked down. On the other hand, when you then looked at, for example, when industrialization hit Germany, a lot of them started building, there's more evidence that it's cultural than not.
Yeah.
Yeah. That, for example, you have, like, for example, a lot of companies had, from the start, much, like, it was more, tying workers to them, but they were like, hey, here's housing for you, here's schools for your children, here's cheaper food you can, like, they had, like, cantinas, and that is basically one idea of the cantina, that, workers get a full meal every day for lunch,
You do know that there were some of that in the UK.
There was some, but it wasn't
well.
as widespread. It like you need to
I
keep
know
in
it's not
mind.
nearly as widespread, but
yeah,
that did
like-
actually exist.
Yeah, but
at
like
the
you need to
time.
keep in mind, in Germany, this was so widespread and adopted actually into law that nowadays, when you see some of those YouTube videos, where people are like, why are people people in Germany eating like just bread with some toppings for dinner? Why isn't there something warm for dinner? The answer is actually pretty simple.
I like bread with
Because during the but like basically everyone's like, why are the Germans eating cold dinner? That's weird. And the answer to that is like, in during the Industrial Revolution, those people were just able to eat in the factory, and like so much actually that when they came home they were just like, we shouldn't cook now. We already had eaten, and so they just went and were like, let's let's just eat something simple. That's like this idea that you just got food at work.
You should probably lower the difficulty.
Oh yeah, right. Zep isn't here.
He is here.
Wait,
I
it's
am
veteran.
here, but I
It's
also-
veteran. We can't get through veteran technically.
Really?
Okay.
You chose the fire guy?
But you know what? Then we do the first mission.
Shame.
I don't have many. I don't have
Shame.
I don't have all that much stuff.
I mean, if it's the first mission, you should get through it. How much what did you level the most, by the way?
Superiority.
I do not believe this
What?
Which character did you level the most?
Can't argue with that.
No idea.
Apparently, Alicia's sneaking around looking for the
I don't
skitter
play
case,
this game much.
which suits me.
I mean, we all haven't done for years until it was, free. And,
I barely played before, so
yeah, might try later.
I think he heard me. So,
let
rest
me
of us
see.
off to ring the bells in the Temple of Sigmar.
I have 3.5 hours. I have 3.5 hours in this game.
I think keep an eye on more. Oh no, 2.2.
Fine distraction.
Okay, so less.
Don't we always?
You want something done right?
Well,
Did your account like reset or something? Maybe.
What,
Shouldn't be.
No,
Yeah.
Jep,
It'd be weird that it'd be
I
at
Zep
one.
played like 3 hours, so there isn't much levels.
Yeah, but I played less than 3 hours. But unless you played like lower difficulties, maybe.
maybe
I
probably.
got stuck on the. I think I got stuck on the prologue for a while when I first played.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
when the game came out, it was also a lot harder.
Oh yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's one of those things, that there was like a big shift on, like a complete cultural change in how stuff was structured, and the idea of giving full meals and like in a good in such a manner that people didn't want to eat in the evening was that's kind of a sign of more of a social ideal. But yeah, then again, cultures
Eat in the evening.
what.
Who doesn't want to eat in the evening?
No, because like,
Like, I
one
understand
comes.
not having breakfast, but like,
Spanish, maybe.
No,
I think
the
Spanish
thing
don't
is
want
that no, actually, eating a warm meal in the evening is actually much more normal across most cultures.
is it? Oh.
It is. It is like very normal.
Have we met
What, so
the
eating you mean a cold or sorry?
What is coming?
eating a
Wait.
cold meal?
Chaos Warriors?
Okay, that's gonna be fun. Oh no, it's a red oak. There we go.
Ah, they're the Chaos Warriors, like I said. Oh, that worked. Why are we going back?
Red ogre.
Oh,
Are you not seeing it?
I didn't think we needed to kill it though.
Loot die. Also,
Here, Gorixon. Keep it up.
Loot then die.
God, yeah. Now you need to have more of a.
I thought you should have killed it already.
No, I
How
did it
bad is
along.
your loadout?
Yeah, there's a Switch integration. You can just vote on our demise. The red ogre will fully chase you if you just run away.
Yes.
Yeah, we can kill it.
I wanted to go
No,
further.
no, come back and kill it.
I couldn't. I was already over
I
there.
love the ragdoll, this guy, he's trying.
Anyway, well,
You
that's
see
why
it as
we.
well, Seth.
I wonder if Darktide also has Twitch integration. Like, the thing I found most interesting about Darktide was like seeing that apparently they did away with the RPG system of the old
RPG system.
the old RPG system of like, you know, you get one of 3 perks every every 5 levels, and now it's like a full-on skill tree with more stuff, and I'm like, okay, now I'm interested actually. But you know, if Darktide has more shooting and maybe plays more fun, it wouldn't be a bad game to have for that would be sad, because Twitch integration is fun. Like, that's why I kind of found it fun that we can actually stream it for a bit, because, you know, yay, bullshit.
I like bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun. Makes for good hashtag content.
It's bull.
It's not something you can like do without streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the fucking monk ones.
Yeah.
Yep, plague monks.
Damn. Darkside Twitch. Ah, damn. Yeah, I will probably try it at this weekend, because free weekend. Don't know if we grab it though. I technically should be more interested in it because, you know, I really like 40k. But yeah, I need to look into the we need to decide on the financials of that.
Oh, stupid fucking fire! Fucking
Can everyone get to the elevator?
Yeah. It's happening sometime as of 2 years ago. Oh, come on, that doesn't seem to be that hard to be of a Twitch integration.
Are we committing a genocide against all the
Yeah.
rats?
Heal yourself, Zep.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, so yeah, we're committing a genocide against the rats?
We're trying to, yes.
Basically.
But we
I
can't.
mean, it's fucking... You know what, Ruben? You're playing a Warhammer game. Oh, Spawn of Chaos.
Yeah.
Again, my limited exposure to Warhammer non-40k, or even 40k,
How-
is what you guys have told me.
Just keep in mind, it's Warhammer, so every faction probably wants to do a genocide against someone, and usually the reasons are all bullshit.
Well, I think you can make a good argument against Skaven.
Then again, the Skaven just are like, no, we just want to do the Red Apocalypse, and then you're like, yeah, that's understandable. Have a nice day.
No, I meant it's understandable that they hate the Skaven.
Oh, what are the specials in Darktide? Again, I haven't played it. I just saw it actually, you know, has a RPG system now. And honestly, the RPG part is one of the reasons I love Payday 2 so much. And, you know, just seeing like, oh, hey, we have like gigantic skill trees. It's like, oh, you know what? Oh, I like that. I'd like to see that. But, yeah.
As long as they
What
aren't
was the
like...
RPG system in Payday 2? I don't remember that.
It's where you have multiple skill trees and you can make builds out of
Oh,
that.
Ah, okay. I know what you mean. I was thinking more like there's like an open world sort of
That
thing.
has nothing to do with RPG.
Okay.
Well, I just don't know what an RPG is.
RPG is a role-playing game.
Yeah, but you can roleplay in an open world.
Yes.
Yeah,
Maybe, maybe I've just played too many games where the two are like synonymous with each other, sort of.
Well, they never were.
Like it's an RPG open world.
They
I
never
know,
were.
but still, I'm just terrible at
It's fine.
Well,
Games. I'm just terrible at games in general.
The general idea was if you want to, especially earlier,
Roleplay.
if you want to roleplay a character, so you want to roleplay how this character grows stronger. And either you make it a roguelike, and it's more about gaining knowledge about the world with your several attempts, or you make the character stronger or get better equipment and stuff.
Both which are kind of common in open world games.
I mean,
Yeah, but an open world game isn't necessarily an RPG.
Oh, I know, but there's you.
they usually are. I know.
They
but
usually are, but the
Yeah.
open world is not a genre.
I know. I'm just being ignorant.
Okay.
I'm
Hey.
wrong.
Okay. Tone. Anyway, open world is a style of level design, not a genre. Yep.
Can't get by that way. We need the gate open.
Yeah, I asked before, like, what are the specials actually in Darktide? Because I think Darktide is mostly you fight chaos, human chaos enemies. Like, I'm actually a bit surprised they haven't made an expansion with Gene Stealer cults or so, from what I know.
Block if you can. Okay, it was just a me.
Don't breathe that in.
Well, there we go.
On we go.
Oh! Oh god, not dogs. Please don't.
Through this door. Gutter runners down.
This looks like the way down.
Is that...
Healing
Hey,
drop.
Yes.
Oh, my guy's too short. He can't get over the bricks.
An immolated foe for every scratch, I swear.
Being a dwarf sucks. He's only 5'2". If that.
yeah, I mean, hey, I might try tomorrow. Oh, fun.
Run from the circle. Yeah, one more and then we should be done.
The witch is down again.
Yeah.
Flame's still burning. Let's find you.
Savage Beast of Horrors. Okay.
That is the output place.
Where did you come from?
The door.
No, someone spawned in, basically.
England?
Glitch.
I like metal arms.
You mean like
It's not that
Cyberpunk
game.
sort of style
No.
metal arms, or like do you
No,
mean like
that's a game. The game. It's called Metal Arms Glitch in
Oh.
the System. Yep, it's a good game. Now it's even deader.
it's a good game? Now it's even deader.
Yeah, because the IP was at Activision. They haven't done with it in a long time, and now, you know, Microsoft owns it.
Oh,
and
okay.
Microsoft is a giant IP graveyard, basically, because... Do you think they are interested in reviving Metal Arms Glitch in the System, no matter how good the game was?
I don't think Microsoft knows what they're doing even with Windows. So
Oh yeah, Tom, I'm coming.
You already have a tome.
Ruben, you go in there. You wait here, Zep.
No exploit pass well, Bardin.
Yeah, you get the
Use
tome.
stories.
Of course. Though most go better with a drop of Bugman's,
we
especially the
can
one
go.
with Mockery and the Troll Queen.
Oh, no, we need to stay together, by the way.
Yeah, all together.
Or someone votes for the sentient twins. If
So, we need to stay very,
Close.
very close.
Yeah, again, except chat, if you type hashtag B, that would be swell. It's not too late, it's still 13 seconds. Just hashtag B, not too late.
Just type it yourself.
No! Well, now we need to stay together. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get everyone else to maybe vote. Okay.
Time to give Loner his distraction.
Oh, not the bell.
The fucking bell, because that
Okay.
needs some...
You need some what?
You need some XP.
Ah.
I mean, I don't know if B helps us now.
Huh? What?
I don't know if B helps us now.
Earthblood is fine.
They all are fine, yeah, but...
I mean, it'll probably be useful mid-combat.
Well, I think you're already useful. You're just very squishy. Battle Wizard is a pretty strong class. So.
Yeah. Like,
They couldn't go with like a mage, or what's the battle wizard? A warlock? Or is that a different thing?
okay, here's
That's
the
a
thing.
different RPG system entirely, Ruben.
Yeah, first of all, that. Like, there's a whole...
Oh, yeah, just one like this battle mage. That was like battle. Not a battle mage.
No.
Just battle wizard.
Well, wizards are...
That's name.
Okay, first of all, the Battle Wizard is generally... By the way, Ruben, what you're describing is like also just heresy. Like, keep in mind, a lot of these... Like, Sienna just kind of is with the group because, you know, the fucking red apocalypse is happening and they kind of need someone. And, you know, having someone that casts magic is useful, even though, you know, in normal times she would be killed as a heretic.
Yep.
I think they could also just invest in some rat poison. Like,
That's not how you get rid of Skavens.
Skavens are very resistant to those kind of things.
Like, oh, there's a bile troll.
Yep, I see it. Burning it.
Good.
You have to be careful about overcasting. Behind us. Clan rats. Storm vermin.
Did you miss?
Yeah, because it kind of glitched through me. Fuck, I'm dead.
Oh, the bile troll is dead as well.
Yeah. Shayna approved them because the trip to take her to try for being a witch got interrupted by Skaven attacks.
Yep.
Yeah, basically, they just you know, they just realized Skaven's worse.
What's a Skaven? These are rat-shaped beastmen.
Help.
I'm trying to...
See?
But I think I probably should just keep stuff off of you too.
No range
what's the worst rat? Is it the assassin rat, or is it the animal control rat?
Where's
or
the
is it
animal
the-
control rat.
Worse in terms of gameplay or what?
Which one do you dislike the most, perhaps?
Oh,
Is a better rephrasing.
I like them actually as enemies.
Okay.
So,
I mean, there's a
answer
thing
that.
called being like, I don't like it, but I admire it.
Let's get in here. Come down here.
Yeah, I need to get some health because
No,
of me
get in
carrying this
here.
stupid.
Get in here.
I'm coming down.
just jump.
Jump. It's over.
Back up.
Why did you want to get
I
help?
thought there was. Didn't I die from jumping before?
Not in
I
here.
think I did.
It's shadow magic. You can't die
you-
from jumping in shadow magic.
If you jump into the final circle, you don't take fall damage.
Shadow magic
Rigged.
shenanigans. Yeah, shadow
Rigged.
magic is weird.
Also, not gonna lie, Sienna basically is the fantasy equivalent of the Dark Tide player character situation. Yeah, I heard. I think I heard as much that they're basically all like, well, you would be executed, but if you kill for the Emperor, we let you live. And I mean, I guess you know what? If I was someone on
Empire
trial,
in this case.
yeah, if I was a magician on trial, I'd probably also take that. Like, not. I will admit that, like, if it's like, hey, it's either your life, or you help kill some either Chaos or Skaven, I would be like,
If you're really lucky, you might be a state-sponsored wizard.
Yeah.
But also, that can be very unlucky too if you're surrounded by idiots. Which a lot of state-sponsored wizards are kind of idiots who are too greedy with the winds of magic.
It's state-sponsored wizards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are.
you only take damage in the portal from friendly fire. Oh! I wonder, what is getting you out of missions in Darktide now? Because like here it's magic. Like is in Darktide is it like there is always a dropship waiting? That would be cool. It's a dropship. Oh, nice. Dropships are nice.
Oh yes, have you watched the more recent Trigun?
I
That's
know
all.
of it. I don't watch it.
Same.
Okay.
Ah.
Why? Is it just bad, or I don't know?
It's.
No, I've heard good things. I just don't care about Trigun very much.
I think the animations on its own is fine, but it's to a degree even more distant from the source material than the original already was. The original anime, I mean. Yeah.
I heard that it was close. That it was a little, like there were parts of it that were good.
Yeah,
closer
parts-
to the source material, but
Parts definitely. There were some parts in there are good as far as I heard, but
I mean, it was enjoyable to watch. I can't speak to the authenticity compared to the manga.
yeah, I'm not doubting that it's an enjoyable
yeah.
show. Like it's
Also the art style is really quite interesting because it's kind of 3D, kind of artistic. Yeah, it's a quite a nice thing, and it's quite a little bit of a breath of fresh air compared to a lot of your standard. Which
for me, it's a
like
bit.
your standard isekai slot or something,
Yeah,
or
for-
self-insert or fucking self-insert. Fucking.
The only safe way to be a wizard in the Empire.
a self-insert isn't necessarily bad, even they often are.
No, but they've gotten a bad rap. And
Yeah,
a
of
bad
course.
name for
Yeah.
very obvious reasons.
Yeah, because lots of them are bad. Like as I just said, I'm just advised to caution with overgeneralizing that specific thing. That's all. But that's just a side note. For me, they kind of made Vash's character a little bit too cool in compared to what he is, technically. Like, Vash is a goofball, basically. I just don't think the facial animations and stuff I've seen in a new thing hit that very well, even though they're good on their own.
Yeah, I don't know. It was enjoyable.
Yeah,
Maybe not as in-depth analysis. Just, yeah, it's cool.
It doesn't need to be an in-depth analysis if it's just about your own fun, because that's easy.
Yeah.
It either is or isn't.
I mean,
Oh, you want to
also,
know what's not fun? Rag. Yeah. Somehow it got even worse.
What is rag?
So,
What?
you know what rag is, right?
I don't know.
Renter. Oh god, I'm not even gonna fucking say it. Rent-a-girlfriend.
Oh,
Remember that?
Oh,
Yeah,
dude, wait.
Rag.
Why are you watching
it?
it?
Somehow got even worse. It got even worse. I'm not even watching it. I'm just seeing what fucking happens. And yeah, the manga got even worse. Yeah, they've now introduced rape into them.
oh god, why? Anyway, next, okay, what should be the next mission? Oh, by the way, Zep, I think you should pick the, how's it called?
Pick a talent.
Pick the talent, probably the best one is in the center one. Because
And it
then you
gets
get
even
some...
worse. This is right after
Yeah, I've got
author
the
made the.
execution talent.
Okay.
This is after the author made the main character look like him, and then he did. Then he makes one of the girls rape the character
Okay.
who looks like
Like,
him.
like, I'm not against dark themes, but I don't think that's the author that can pull those off.
You know what? I'm throwing something in from the newer stuff. Then we can talk a bit about that. But you know what?
Girlfriend got so bad that, so for context.
Wait, the anime or the manga? Or
Zep,
both?
you need to accept the mission.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. As someone who read through the rest of what do you call it? Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, wait, you hate Red Jujutsu Kaisen? Why did you hate read it?
It's a fine ending.
Gee,
I
okay.
liked it. I liked it up to the midway point, and then everything got kind of shitty after.
Is that okay? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt. Is that the scene that they stopped making the anime at, essentially?
I think. I think
Like
it's
the
where
what-
the anime is done.
Which scene?
After the Shibuya arc.
Which scene are you talking about?
So the one
I don't
with-
know how far
the
the
one
anime
set in the. So the anime is at the big train station event, and then his.
Yeah.
You're the girl with
Yeah,
the I'm
after
blind.
that-
She gets dived, and yeah.
There's
After that part of the story, the Shibuya arc, everything just
Yeah,
kind of
please.
it just got progressively worse.
Honestly,
Is that why
it
they're
was
not
a
making
pretty.
it anymore?
But I stuck through and I
No,
read it.
they are making a new. They're making the final season, and
Oh,
honestly, it's
oh.
fine. It's not a bad ending in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not like bad.
Is it just not what the audience
I
wanted?
think probably the biggest. I
It's
think
not
the
what
main.
I wanted as a reader.
I mean,
But
I
isn't
think can I really state what I think is the big problem here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like the ending date, basically the final thing is.
which they already set up in the arc of the anime, yeah?
Yeah, but the thing is just more like. It is way more just about fighting than anything else, because it kind of just tries to get to that ending and, make it set up. And it's in that regard, it's doing well, but like the strength of the series was never directly the fighting. It was always to a degree, the social part. And
It's the characters, it's the fucking slice of life.
yes and no, but like also.
You have to keep in mind, Ruben, lots of the slice of life part was added by the
I know, it's
anime.
between-
Yeah, that was
Oh,
actually by
what?
the anime, not by the.
What? Yes. Which is good. The anime is better than the source material, in my opinion.
It is straight up.
God,
The-
how is
the
it actually
adapta-
better than the source material? Never
Fucking talent. Like I'm just.
fucking cool.
I'm just going to say it. The thing is that the Jujutsu Kaisen adaptation was so hyper focused on what the strengths are, and on what moments you have to linger, and what is the what to add to give everyone just a little bit more characterization. Like, for example, the whole talk with the baseball game, all the details about what they like the baseball game is technically in the manga, but the way it's presented, there's just way less detail. So the focus on the ants, etc. It's just like all that is just like, especially the whole metaphor of the stepping on the ants and nothing changes. It's like not in the fucking manga. That was just added. It's just, that's what I mean with it knows very precisely what to focus on. For example, oh hey, how was it called again? Like Mr. Idol fan. Todo and Itadori. Those two have like the sweetest romance of all time. And the thing is, the anime knows that, and they know very precisely how to, put that into, how to present that, and that's a big thing. Like the fact that they know what to focus on is so crucial, actually.
Yeah, but now you're just saying the same thing over and over again.
Wait a second.
No worries.
Basically, the anime had a lot of foreknowledge, like what parts of the story was good, and they focused on that.
Yeah, that's why I would say probably the moment the adaptation of the last arc is coming out, it's gonna be a lot better, because they probably know exactly what to insert and when to focus on stuff. Because
maybe, I mean, I didn't like just like how the story ended. So
I will say,
change the ending, I'm gonna not enjoy it.
Well, it's interesting because the ending is so obvious,
but also like
even like where the ending.
No, I knew like it was obvious very clearly, but it's also just like I also enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. I also would like to say which manga has actually ended well that the audience have actually liked it.
That depends
Naruto.
on.
Naruto ended very well. Yeah, that's literally what I want to say.
It depends on the audience. There are people who don't like the ending of Naruto. Like,
okay, but those people don't have media literacy, so
Okay, so one. I mean, you had the whole Attack on Titan shitty ending.
I mean, that one was
the shitty series.
I mean, that kind of announced itself.
I enjoyed the ending of Attack on Titan.
You enjoyed that? What's wrong with you? Sorry.
Also, Soul Eater had a good ending, in my opinion. That was pretty well.
The manga, yes, it had an amazing ending.
It had some.
And I actually don't mind the ending of.
Wait, the anime had a different ending?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good. I will never watch it.
The original ending because it never didn't go far enough.
And that, yeah, I will. I will probably never touch that.
And it was a terrible ending, by the way.
Yeah, it's not surprising. Like I'd say,
Fire Force had a very solid ending.
I mean, we're still waiting for that in the anime, but like same mangaka. If you end one series well, it usually is like, yeah. Wait, I haven't. But like, yeah, there are a bunch of them that are pretty good. Like, and then
maybe the Bleach ending after 1,000-Year Blood War will actually be nice, because he'll actually have time to work on and actually make the satisfying ending instead of being cancelled.
I mean, I probably need to rather find out when it keeps continuing, because Disney sells people shit.
This next season.
Oh wow, next season is loaded. Again, there's some oh yeah, there's some interesting announcements, like for example. They just randomly announced Saga of Tanya the Evil is coming back next season.
Yep.
And it's it's been 9 years. Like, holy shit.
The thing with that one is, like, it's been, like, said that it's happening for years. It's just that it hasn't, like, there's been no follow through on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh well, now we're talking
Yeah,
here.
I was happy to see more of Saga of Tanya and the Evil.
It's been like almost a decade, so like, damn.
I can't wait for the new Freeman to come out. Oh, and you know what's even funnier? Like the actual manga author, like he put the manga on pause so he could help with the anime.
Yep.
So
It didn't really help considering the world building is still ass.
you shut your.
No, it is. Like, I'm sorry. Even in the trailer, they were
I
like,
don't care. It's fucking awesome.
"Hey, just to be clear, here, I like Freeman, but everyone who says it has good world building needs to shut the fuck up because, like, even in the
German,
because even in the trailer right now, in the first trailer they showed right now, it's like, oh look, she sits there and peels mushroom. Yeah, mushrooms that she could never peel. Because quite literally,
that's your stupid One Piece.
no, shut up. The thing about it is that you shouldn't laugh about that. By the way, like she literally just has.
Let him laugh. Ruben just admits he has no standards. It's fine.
I have no standards.
Yeah, like,
Literally.
also, I want to point out.
I've not been enjoying One Piece very much lately.
Can you play? By the way, can you all just let me talk for a moment?
Yeah.
Because the thing is about what I want to say about the whole mushrooms and Freeman, it's like those are champignons. The thing is, this is why I say this show doesn't have good world building, because if you are in a medieval fantasy world, which this is arguably, they just don't give a shit about stuff like no, like those mushrooms can't exist there, because champignons are a specifically cultivated species, and they were cultivated under Louis XIV in the catacombs of Paris. Guess why they could never be in a medieval fantasy world? They're just not naturally occurring mushrooms.
Well, they could be, but not in this climate.
Oh, we're stuck.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah, not in that climate, and even then again, they were cultivated, so...
By the way, I just want to say, I don't see
watch
Reren as a medieval setting. I
Yeah,
see
it is. It is.
It's a Renaissance setting.
No, it isn't. That's not Renaissance. No,
very.
let me be clear here.
Based off of purely from the first season, I can see what you're talking about, but from like content beyond that, it's very clear.
No, the thing is, what I want to say is the whole technology level and how everything is. It's like it's more. The thing what you're confusing with is the buildings look like Renaissance, but for example, the food they're eating can't even exist in a Renaissance. And everything else from how everything is structured, that is medieval. Like the controls just.
Well, what specifically do you mean that with later it becomes Renaissance?
In the manga.
Less of becomes and more of like
reveals itself to be Renaissance. Who cares?
A little bit, yeah.
The point is, what specifically would you say makes this Renaissance?
Can you come here?
Sorry, there was a
yes.
rat behind us that was throwing poison. I was killing
God,
it.
we also will keep talking over chat probably.
Yeah, sorry.
How's everyone doing?
But still, same question. Like, what makes it Renaissance later?
What we need is a waystone. Killing's tarring wood.
Hello.
I don't have a specific. Sorry, I'm distracted. I don't have a very specific answer in my head.
Okay, but you get the feeling that it's Renaissance later.
Yes.
Well, there's sadly not much to talk with if you have nothing in your head about.
I know it's not really conducive to the conversation if I don't have it, and I.
It's just like
the thing is, it's been months since I've read reread. So
I mean,
I'm working off limited memory capacity here.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It's just okay. We can talk
He
about
needs more
that.
RAM, but she's not going to be able to buy anymore.
Yeah,
because they're all gone.
Yeah, like we we can't proceed with that part of your argument, sadly. But
Yeah.
well,
Hey, nice.
but even as
Also,
as
do we
Nya
have,
already.
do we have healing in the area?
No, but we have Blessing of Regeneration, so
Oh, okay.
we now need to actually find the Waystone fragments.
So, but as Nya said, the food is also not really Renaissance. That's even higher tech level wise.
Would wouldn't you guys agree that at least Free Run is a very good normie anime in terms of it's
You know
something
what?
you could show
I
to
think she said several
your aunt.
times already that she
Oh.
likes the show on its own.
I know. But
Yeah.
I mean this also
That's a dumb question.
genuinely.
I don't
That's a
know.
dumb question.
I don't know what a normie anime is.
It's just, you know, it's enjoyable and good in what it does, but this is probably the one critique I keep having when people keep telling me, oh, it has such a good world. No, it doesn't. It's the most generic fantasy you can imagine. It literally is just missing someone isekaiing in, and it would just be more obvious, actually. Okay, now...
My troll.
I don't want to appear angry.
God, behind us. I take care of the bile troll.
Hey, we got it. Yeah.
We need to find the Waystone fragments.
Yeah, I know. But
Where
I
are
also
they?
know I know how to get there. It's no problem. It's pretty obvious if you pay attention. But yeah. I can't really answer the whole normie anime thing because I have no concept of that.
Yeah,
Like, what the
I think
concept
that's
of a
not right.
normie?
Normie anime
No,
is like
it's not. So, Ruben, the problem with that question is it's not a very good question. And I apologize for this, but it's not really a very good question to ask in the first place because essentially what the question is kind of asking is like, what's something that is attuned to become widely popular? And
Well, then I guess that's the
I don't
question,
think
then.
it's quite. Yeah, and I don't think that's quite fulfilling. Like, I think what your intentions are.
yeah, because then the answer would be Sword Art Online.
And also the answer would just be like answered by what statistically had like the most viewers and most popularity online
Yeah.
or most sales. It's not like a opinion or like conceptual thing.
Enough. But I do think there's a lot of stuff that you couldn't really show to like your mom and dad. Right. Perhaps you'd be more.
Well, that's even just
Find
like a
more
separate
awkward.
subject too.
What the fuck are you... Okay.
I mean, it really depends. Like, if your mom and dad are dead, you can show everything to them. Doesn't matter.
It's like beamed.
Just a very extreme example here.
Beaming kiss exists at the gravestones.
Like, they won't complain, I tell you that. And then it depends on how conservative your parents are, for example. Do they have an art degree? And they can probably watch Kiss Exists with you and tell you about the animation problems that show has. Like, it really highly depends. Red Ogre, by the way. And others will probably tell you're possessed by Satan or something. And the others just look at you funny.
Yeah, like for example, when you say you can't show that to your parents. Ruben, we have vastly different parents.
I think we do.
Yeah. Like, you could show Freedom to Nya's mom, and she would complain about the totally nonsensical architecture.
Yep.
I think I could show it to my mom and she'd be like, oh, it's cool.
Yeah, she...
Yeah, but like again, mine is like. What can I say? It's just
What
my
did you
parents.
study again? What did yours study again?
Mine or
Mine.
Yeah,
Mine.
Nya's just too slow to answer.
Italian.
No, she didn't.
No, Italian language.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
okay,
Italian
so she's got
language,
more-
and then
just-
a fond interest of architecture in general.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
So somewhere here should be
Like,
okay. We definitely need some.
there's an assassin somewhere, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Red gun.
Tommy,
You're two in front, Nya. You still have stuff
Sorry,
behind.
Yeah,
Just go
you're
back.
on. I'm not
Go
coming.
back. Room, you move, please. Always move while fighting. Sooner or later he runs out of bullets.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, we can't go through there. We need to go back. Okay, now we have a lot of
Also
assassins.
out on me.
One is dead.
Keep your elbow up. Your guard's open. You down.
Ruben?
I'm not that far behind.
Yeah, you're way too far behind.
I'm not that far behind.
You are too far.
Nye.
I needed to wait for you already, like... For example, now I'm...
Kill
too
the
far
thing.
behind.
Yeah.
I mean, I also can't actually sprint with this guy. So
Nobody
this is my
can
class.
sprint.
Nobody
need to-
can sprint.
You need
Can
to...
you not? Oh, I thought.
No, you need to stop attacking if you want to be faster.
Okay, now we need to find the last one, I guess.
Slashy.
There we go.
So just a tip now.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I think Nya's just a bit frustrated with that part of the internet that overhypes Furin in areas it doesn't deserve. But it's a really good character-driven show.
I think if anything, it shows.
Like praise it for the thing it does well. Like that's I guess the frustration.
Well, I would also like to say I think most people focus more on the character.
I think also-
generally.
Well, that's the good
average.
part.
Also,
No, I mean more across most shows, really.
another thing I want to point out is what probably frustrates me the most is that this just highlights again how media illiterate a lot of people actually are, because it's like the fact that people like something and then generally are like, oh no, this has to be character, this has to be world building or something, and it's like, no, it isn't. It literally isn't. And you would know that if you just had a little bit of idea how things work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Then again, that's when we're talking about the internet. A lot of people want the prestige of critiquing media, but are totally inept of actually doing it.
Ruben, let's go back. They won't stop dropping
There we
down
go.
here.
Come here. Come in here.
Yeah. We're on our way.
Nice. Woo! I like the idea that you have to rebuild the end goal. Like that one, time in Back 4 Blood where you have to rebuild the safe house. I like twists like that. Mm-hmm. Even though that was a long mission. Damn. One level from 30 away.
I'm already 30 years
Let me
old.
return to the. I hate the
Okay.
time left. Why won't it let me just go back? Oh, stupid.
Because everyone has to click on
everyone has to
return
go
to
through
keep.
the thing. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hold space. Speeds it up.
Yeah. Also, just like not being good at world building is fine, and because I think it was misunderstood. The opposite of a character-driven story is a plot-driven story. Like world
Which is tangent to a world building story.
No. World building is just a part of any story. It doesn't matter if it's character-driven or plot-driven. It's maybe
you're not really good care about the world building as much if the characters are kind of boring.
Yeah. If the characters are boring you in any story, it's probably not something you
just
enjoy.
Constantly screaming.
Yeah.
Well, the animation's really bad. Oh, actually, what was I trying to watch recently? I was looking at Kingdom. So you know the one that's kind of set around. I think.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
part of it.
What? Kingdom.
I don't know. It's got a lot of shows. Yeah, it's just a seinen. I always mix up the fucking names. Seinen. Yeah. It's just another shouty, like, I shout louder, then I suddenly kick harder and fight harder and don't die for some reason. Sort of one. Also, animation was kind of bad.
It's
like, really bad 3D.
It's an old kind of overused storytelling device.
I think I dropped the server.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, my game crashed.
Oh.
Hopefully your RAM's not dying.
It better not.
I mean, we won't have RAM soon anymore because the fucking AI bubble is killing it.
We can still download RAM.
Oh yeah, right.
Well,
right.
Technically, you can.
You're right.
So you can to a degree with a swap file, but then you're dealing with how fast your storage is, and even then, that's slow. That's really slow, like 10 times slower than RAM. Even though it's fast.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so funny when they put swap files on hard drives. Oh god, that was so bad.
So kind of going into like a broad scope of our discussion, I think every anime has like, I think it all has its purpose.
I mean,
there's
there's an audience for individual things. Like you just might not be the target audience for it.
Yeah. So there's terrible anime that I enjoy, and I recognize it as terrible.
Yeah.
You know, the thing.
There's good anime that I don't enjoy. Like and I'm not just saying like anime. I'm also talking about like stories in general. I don't like Berserk. Hot take. I just don't find it enjoyable. It's not a fun read.
Yeah, it's not
The
supposed
reading
to.
or the watching,
Reading and
or
watching.
both.
I don't enjoy Berserk.
I can
And I know
understand.
that
Original
many people love
1998
it and swear by it.
the original 1998 or just all?
The whole thing. I don't enjoy Berserk as
Yeah,
The 1998 is not so bad, but every single new animated version is terrible. And even the original one had a lot of problems.
The newer one had at least like fun music's leitmotifs, but yeah.
I mean, the newer one is not even a new adaptation.
Yeah, but
it's
it's
just
terrible.
adapting
Yeah, of course
the
it's
part that
terrible.
the original didn't do.
I'm just saying that's the one thing it did good.
But the music was really good, at least.
Yeah,
the
that's what we
original one.
said.
Yeah.
The leitmotif.
I'm agreeing with you!
It didn't
I'm
sound like
reiterating your point.
It didn't sound like reiterating.
Berserk is. I understand the why of people like it. I just don't. I mean, it is a fucked up thing. Like on purpose. Like it generally wants you to.
That's your typical art thing. Like most people want to feel some kind of at least good at the end of a read or something. You know, read, show, episode.
Also, I don't even mind. I don't even like mind reading like fucked up things in stories. It's just I think the way that Berserk presents everything, I feel like the presentation, and I know that this is kind of like tantamount to sin, to say this, but I think the way that Berserk is written and like this, basically, I think it's done in an unenjoyable way for me.
I mean, that's
In what way is it unenjoyable?
Yeah, it's very unspecific.
Do you just not vibe with it, essentially?
The best way I could say it is I don't vibe with it, and
Fair.
I couldn't. It's hard to get specific. It's hard to get specific, but yes, I can't really get into it. And I guess one other thing that bothered me that was a little specific was the
the rape scenes.
No, it was the pacing.
Okay.
There's an amount of nihilism that's too much, and Berserk is about 2 steps past that. I can see that to a degree.
Like that's a fair way to put it.
It's a fair way, but at least the beginning, I would say, because it is turning around a lot. It's just I would say the
big still going as well.
I'd say probably the big part of what is interesting in the later part of Berserk is like the beginning is very much that, but then it's also about overcoming that. It's also just like you have to read through a lot of misery in that regard, and a lot of misery that's presented as well. This is just how the world works, and it's like, yeah, but like, why do you give us like so many chapters of this is that, and then you just say maybe not. Also, then you just introduce a fairy comic relief just to, just there is just this tiny bit of maybe the just so it's not too dark.
I don't get the fairy. I don't get it.
I need to select my last my new talent.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ruben. I think the fairy's just there because the editor said it gets too dark otherwise. I would prefer the fairy to die.
Honestly,
Puck should die.
Okay, honestly, if Puck died, it would probably send that whole fandom into a fitting rage, and I get it. Because
it should die, and so should the Shakespeare version die. Fuck Puck in the original Midnight Summer's Dream.
Honestly, Puck is like, how should I put it in the best way?
He's Puck. He's Puck. He's the literal Shakespearean Puck. A fucking more like fuck.
Honestly,
Did you do Midnight Summer's Dream like as a teacher at all, Sep?
Did I what?
Midnight Summer's Dream. As an English teacher. You're mostly just focusing on American literature.
We have a British literature course, and we
British?
have hold on.
God.
So we have in our curriculum we have a year dedicated to British literature. We have a year dedicated to American literature, and we have a general English learning year for our freshmen, for like the 13-year-olds. And then we have a senior year of literature, which kind of it still mostly focuses on like American style literature, but it can be anything that's been put in English or written in English.
Okay.
Yes, American.
So you're British English. Does that like have different parts of English within the UK, or is it just your stereotypical stuff?
I think we kind of try and cover the. I think we kind of do like a broad expanse over the. Warp bomb. That's not good. It's like kind of a semi-broad experience across English literature, going all the way from like Beowulf to like more, not quite modern, but I think we go up to classics and a little bit beyond Shakespeare as well.
Okay.
Am I missing something? But wasn't Midsummer Night's Dream a chapter in Faust, or Am I mixing something up here?
Might have been
No,
something
Midsummer
in
Night's
Faust,
Dream
'cause
is Midsummer Night's Dream is from what I know. A Midsummer Night's Dream is from what I know Shakespeare.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's just.
But there
I
is
literally
a
said it was Shakespeare.
Yeah.
yeah.
I wasn't sure right now
Fair enough.
because,
It's the
as I said, there's also a chapter in Faust that literally called that, so I wasn't sure.
no. There's also der Sommernachtstraum, that's a bit different.
Yeah. Then I remembered wrong. Been a while.
And don't mix that up with ein Wintermärchen. That's also something. Oh, there's a tome.
Oh yeah, so on your English course, I was wondering if it did like, so you know something maybe a bit like Scott, so like you did a bit of Robbie Burns, or I actually Scott's part of English figures maybe, or even like stuff based around different parts of England, because if you know anything about English literature, it's typically all stuff from the south.
Hey, shoot it!
Yep.
Well, guys, fuck it.
Because timing is really hard. You either dodge or you get killed. Dodging is way easier.
That windlass should do the job. But the brakes on the wheel have blocked the sluice. Nice.
I can guarantee you.
No, you're fine. I have good health.
Okay.
Where's everyone?
Yeah.
Wait,
I was
towards the
hitting
cross
a
thing.
loot rat.
Ah,
Nearby. Stay alert.
Oh, there's another one.
Drop the med pack that Ruben took.
I stole it. I offered it back, but he didn't want it.
No, I didn't need the help.
I mean, good thing we found the tome early on because now we just have 10% damage reduction.
so then everyone onto here.
Yeah.
Otherwise the whole thing doesn't start. Yeah, come back.
I can't right now. I was stuck. Oh well. Okay.
What's with all the fucking smoke?
No one
that
kills
just-
the specials as well.
No, it's Skaven was throwing stuff at us.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Nothing easier. Is it me? Or is it rising a mile fast?
We'll have to close the rest to have any real impact.
What's your view on the character so-called banter?
Fun.
Zep.
Ah, so
Like what?
Jesus me.
Hey, where are you going?
well,
This isn't not the closest. This is not the closest turnaround.
hey, I turn around.
I was following you.
I was speaking to Agonia.
I reckon we
You should call my name then.
Okay, Agonia.
Or you could just like look at her, you know, when you talk to her.
I do, but she
What's
ignores
respect?
that sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then let's.
They'll be waiting in the shadows.
Left.
Yeah.
shield rats. More of them coming. Let's teach them some manners.
It can be fun. I can also see how it can be annoying, especially since you can't turn it off if you don't want it.
That's a lot of rats.
Yeah.
Oh, someone is dead? Oh,
Yeah, that is that. Didn't you notice that?
no, I was juggling lots of shield rats.
Really fucking annoying. Die already, you fucking piece of shit.
Nobody is where they need to be.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I am coming.
I just had to kill them. Now I need some healing soon.
I'll find some healing.
Oh, assassin. Oh god. Wait. God damn it. Yeah.
Ow.
Okay, we need to go to the next one.
Yep. Just walk, and if you tied up and fall back, just scream.
Just keep rubbing, Ruben.
Backwards. I can shoot with ours at the same time.
Zep, you know that range has friendly fire.
I was trying to aim for in front of you
Okay.
guys.
Okay.
It's just
Anyone into it?
Broken. We'll have to resort to mindless destruction.
Let's get to it.
Healing shot here.
Blood heights.
By the way, I heard a funny thing
okay.
that someone else said the other day.
Maybe so.
Skaven are basically fantasy mechanicus.
Kind of.
That's
Not that far away.
not wrong. They're more unhinged though, and
Yes and no.
Well, the difference is that Skaven are high all the time on Warp Stone.
Not sure.
Yeah.
honestly, yeah, it's not wrong.
Go have slaves, technically.
Yep. When I first heard that said, I was about to refute it, and then I was just like, wait a minute. There's not much that I can refute about this.
The Mechanicus are
Okay.
more snobby. They're both supremacists, kind of. But the Mechanicus tend to...
Subby, sorry. Help.
Same.
Okay, yeah, we'll get
You,
killed.
no one watched out again. I'm sorry.
I was parking the thing!
No,
Yes.
no, we were on one thing, and you all just never.
Don't try to revive people when I'm already doing it with a shield, okay?
Yeah.
Where were we? Yes. I think the Mechanicus are a bit more snobby since they tend to just speak in binary whenever they work, just because they can't be bothered. But other than that, there
Can you
isn't
come
much
up
difference
here?
between them. So yeah.
Yeah, like this game are more.
The person that said that is right.
I mean, also the biggest difference is, you know, I guess the Mechanicus had to be tied to the Imperium because, you know, well, how should I put it in the best way? They need a reason to have weapons. Which is ironic. Wait, where's...
At the tome. So where do we need to go next?
Yeah, room wrong.
For fuck's sake.
There. I think here it is.
Think so?
I feel so.
Do you think the rat is really
Yeah, you can jump.
They kind of look like Roman
Yeah.
Centurions, which I think is funny, but...
But it just goes down again.
Room? Yeah.
Hi.
Let me tend these wounds.
Okay.
The water is spicy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's...
It's Waldmeister.
Assassin.
And also, there are gonna be hook rats coming, so watch out.
I'd rather watch in, but okay.
Hook rats have me.
Okay, we need to go back.
Yeah, because they're all coming from here. So I was like, okay, we should technically engage them.
You have the ranged weapon, so you basically need to do
On
that.
me. I'm hooked.
Yeah. Okay. Got that one. So now we just need to find a way.
Just, come up here.
Okay. I'm following. Okay, this...
It opened, I know.
Why?
I don't know, it just opened.
Oh, whatever.
Slow down, Guardian. Leave some for the rest of us.
Yeah, we need to hit that somehow. Someone has range?
What's that?
Think?
Yeah.
No, we need to pursue it.
Okay.
No, keep going.
Not so easy with me. A surprise for you.
What do you suppose that's all about?
Stand ready. I shot.
I think we need to shoot it more.
No.
But then?
First of all, we need to wait. Yeah, now we can go through. It was just waiting.
Okay.
Okay, I move. Frightened out.
Black rats! Oh, I'm standing while being dead. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Just one person revives and the other...
No, I'm dead. Sorry.
Fun! Closer, better it fast.
Assassin. Somewhere. Assassin on me.
Okay, close I get now.
I am...
See? It is only getting stronger. Never fight harder, yes, yes.
Above.
Hook rat.
You have so many. Let's try. All things are cheating. You felicitous. Maybe have Skaven blood.
Oh, no, I'm down again.
You need me, Saltfire.
No match for dwarven steel. You are present in your defeat.
Oh, okay.
We did it.
Oh, wait.
Boss fight.
Not never. Not now.
Bubba?
Come here. Where are you? Okay.
The Rocky have the last laugh, can we? Yeah.
There's another boss fight?
No, we did the boss fight.
Oh, okay.
The spoiled ravine. I mean, it's kind of interesting to think about that. Yes, Skaven are basically the Mechanicus of fantasy, but they're basically the Mechanicus for, you know, the quote-unquote bad guys.
Although technically they have supported the good guys in many cases, although sometimes indirectly and a couple certain occasions directly, like when they helped kill Nagash twice, I think.
I think Nagash is the good guy.
He was a bad guy who became a good guy.
Nah, he
Not
just wants
really,
everything dead. I
You
think
know,
he's the good guy.
I think Nagash did nothing wrong. He's just incompatible with a lot of,
Yes.
Who's the guy?
living
Sorry,
ideas.
again, my ignorance.
Nagash is like the god of death, basically.
Nowadays.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't always a god, he became a god of death. Or undeath,
Yeah.
actually. Basically, if it's undead, that is his domain. It's
So
kind of like how,
zombies or stuff like that, sort of.
yeah. So it's kind of like how Sigmar became a god, except a bit more potent and a bit more interacting with the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he even did the big spite move of, basically, because Games Workshop had this great idea of, like, maybe we should make Space Marines in fantasy, and, people are like, but then, basically Sigmar made his own Space Marines in fantasy, and then Nagash was like, what if I make undead versions of that? And it's like, you know what?
That's AOS. Is that AOS?
Yeah.
You're talking about?
But
Okay.
still, you know what? That's still a power move.
Hold
Like,
on. I'll take Games Workshop's side in this one case. AOS is not fantasy.
What do you mean specifically now? Do
blood.
you mean it's not Warhammer fantasy, or do you mean it's not the genre fantasy?
It's not. It's not Warhammer. It's specifically. Thank you for pointing that out. It's not Warhammer fantasy.
Well, I would agree with that.
yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
I guess what they wanted to do, but no. And that's.
You know what they wanted to do? They wanted to turn fantasy into Space Marines.
Yeah.
Because Space Marines sold a lot of money. It's got them a lot of money. So
Yeah.
of course they did the thing that they thought, oh, we'll just print money with this, because that's what Games Workshop does.
Luckily,
Sorry,
they didn't.
I like to bash on Games Workshop for all of this bullshit, and I am.
We are
No,
sorry
that's 100% fair. That's 100% fair.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, listen, I'm a 40k person. But like it is still very valid.
We have the same thing with, like, oh, they put Space Marines into fantasy. We have like they put
Tomb Kings into
space.
yeah, and it's like, fuck you.
I think they're better executed than the Space Marines in fantasy.
Oh, yeah.
But we had killer robots. Come on.
Yeah, like the Necrons were fine, and then people are like, oh, but they didn't have a lot of shut up. Shut up. I know everyone who says the new Necrons are better joined during the last decade. And in my opinion, shut the fuck up, go out of the hobby, I do not want to see you. Am I a gatekeeping boomer in that regard? Yes.
Yes.
I don't
Burn
care,
your
I don't
collection
care
and
about
fuck off
Necrons.
still.
I don't care about the difference
just
between
spiteful
Necrons
hating.
now and then. Tomb Kings beat Necrons. They're just cooler.
Yeah. Like the Necrons, you can the Tomb Kings, listen, the Tomb Kings are cool. Because they have like a very clear theming, and they again, the whole thing with Nagash, etc. That's cool. And there's like this inner beef with Nagash and the other guy. Like, again, Tomb Kings,
Cetra.
cool. Cetra, yeah. That's cool.
I am Team Cetra, by the way.
That's fine.
And like, they're doing so much to make the new Necrons cool, and I'm like, listen, Games Workshop, you're basically banking the new Necrons only on the fact that a lot of new people that do not want to, engage with the old material, blow smoke up your ass. And like, is this a boomer take? Yeah. Fuck you still. I've been playing longer than most people. Like,
Especially since we already have Warhammer Fantasy with the Tomb Kings. Like, why?
yeah, you could have just said, hey, there are more Necron units now. I'd be fine. Am I special they keep ripping everything I like out of the settings repeatedly? Yes, that is very fair, Jade. We're all here just combined in hate. Like, it's just...
And Ruben can listen and think, what the
Also,
fuck?
Stormwalker, thank you for the follow. Very appreciated.
Hi, Anne.
But yeah, it's like, well, it's one of those things where I'm like, Listen, I like the original Necrons. You could have always added more stuff to them, but yet, kept this idea of they just wake up and destroy everything. That was interesting. That was just the most interesting part about them, but... No!
Well, they were like, oh no, we're focused on the Tyranids now. We can't have two things that want to destroy everything. It's like,
By the way, I have the Grail Knight done. The question is, should I... I could... Yeah, I'm just level 15 with Carillion. But I would be Shade.
I like my flamethrower staff.
A flamethrower is probably the best for battle wizard.
Why can't we kill this guy and steal his shit?
because this isn't a roguelike.
Oh.
Otherwise you could.
That would actually be kind of interesting to have like a whole online shop, but you can just kill the shopkeeper and that's it.
You can actually do that in One Step from Eden, which, funny you mention it, is a roguelike.
Yeah.
No,
good as well.
No.
I will say the shopkeeper in that game is tough because she becomes basically a boss fight.
Barony has really tough shopkeepers you can kill.
Yeah, I mean, I would the thing I would say that
but I think in case of Quits it's funnier because you can also mind control them and clone them and shit like
we
that.
lost Kiev and Bretonia, we lost Ambelgard, then we lost Frigate, 90% of non-humans in cities, and he supplies you ammo missions and keeps Alicia from teleporting you into a volcano for the next mission. I mean, that is fair. Honestly, that's probably also one of the reasons why I probably would never touch Age of Sigmar, really, because, like, the one faction, if I ever would start collecting fantasy, would be Bretonia. I am just night maxing. Sorry. He was your friendly innkeeper in one. And let's see, I have not played one. I don't think we should play one. But, question, again, for the last mission, should I just maybe switch to Carillion, because I think we have a few problems killing some specials on range.
Sure, has Shade ranged if you want to play.
Oh yeah,
Shade.
she has.
Oh.
Like, I'm basically... Let me just put it...
Say be careful because we don't exactly have the best melee. I mean, we have some good melee, some okay melee, but
What?
it has been a problem for me.
Dual daggers, longbow, moon fireball. Let me just build something really quick. So we have dual daggers, sword and dagger.
Sword and dagger is for you probably better.
That's the longbow. That's the short bow. Swift bow. So I only have the longbow. I don't have the moon fireball. Where do we get the moon fireball from?
I can look that up technically.
By the way, yeah, if you were since you mentioned that you like Bretonia, that is the main that is one of the main factions in Old World right now.
I know.
Or tabletop.
One is mid. It's not bad, but it's fun enough, and Nails we are struggling to maintain a rebellion in an overrun city. Yeah, like, I mean, honestly, also all the missions are
Apparently in the Forgotten Relic.
Oh, that's a DLC thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so well, I guess longbow it is then, but also I would probably need to open some. No, fuck it.
Yeah, you open some stuff. I'm weirdly apathetic about Warhammer Fantasy, and I don't know why, because it makes no sense. I should like it. I should like it way more than I like
You
it.
like the original 40k?
I like 40k, but I think I should also like fantasy, and I don't know why I don't feel it.
Yeah, that's like...
Is it the more historical setting, or is it...
No, I have no problems with that. That's the thing. I'm not very picky about, like, as long as I like
Maybe
it.
you haven't found some lore to latch on to, because I think that's the main driving force behind people enjoying fantasy is
I like
finding a piece of the lore that they love.
Well, I like Nagash, for example, and what he did. But for some reason, it just doesn't click as much as it should, in my opinion. It's like, I am... Yeah.
You're just not as interested.
Yes. And even more, I'm less interested than I myself think I should be.
I wonder if it's maybe like a mismanaged expectations thing.
Well, I don't really
like
have
easy...
an expectation of things.
Not really in that sense. What I mean is basically like, I think what you're expecting to feel from some of the things that you've been led to expect to feel from the things you know about it or that you've heard about.
No, I just know what it feels like if I like things to a certain degree, and I just expected like after I learned about it, I expected to like it more.
Oh, I would like to ask, which is more generally popular, 40k or
40k?
This one,
40k.
Yeah.
By far, 40k is like more popular. I kind of understand it, but I don't like it.
So why, at least? Like, what's the reason?
That's a good
people
question.
on average like it more?
Because Space Marines are cool, I guess.
Not only Space Marines. It's just like you need to keep in mind.
Has it been around for longer? Is it or?
No, actually, 40k came after fantasy.
Fantasy is older.
The thing about, I think
far.
the big difference about them is mainly that, if you look at fantasy versus 40k, is the fact that fantasy was always, to a degree, pretty generic looking from the outside, and they expanded that. And it became actually pretty good. Like, I would say Warhammer Fantasy is, arguably one of the best fantasy settings out there. They do a lot more interesting stuff that, especially current, I think that's the big thing. Back when fantasy came out, it was basically just very much a hodgepodge of stuff you already knew from fantasy in general. But I think nowadays it's more like, considering that general fantasy writing has just fallen off a cliff, like, massively. Suddenly, Warhammer Fantasy, by virtue of just being well written, was rediscovered basically as, wait, this is good. And, stuff like...
But the question was, why is Warhammer 40k?
On the contrary, 40k was always a very distinct sci-fi setting for the longest time. Like, you need to keep in mind, most sci-fi stuff was either, very clean, childish, and 40k was just like, fuck you. Everything sucks. Period. That was 40k. And, like, the main quote-unquote good guys, power armor wasn't like, the best example is a lot of people, are like, oh, look how Halo is, like, Halo's just Starship Troopers, OST from Sunrise, OVA from Sunrise, but anyway. The thing is, then you look at 40k and it's like, power armor is just huge, gigantic plates of metal, like, bolted onto a guy. And then you have, the Terminators, which are just like even more metal bolted onto some guy.
And well, also another thing, power armor lets you live out the fantasy of being Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah. Also, just
I genuinely think that is a connection that people may not think about, but like internalize.
Also, it had the
Buzz Lightyear. Is it just the kind of bulky, I can do anything sort of thing, or?
Kind of.
It's to a degree a power fantasy, yes. Yeah. And Terminator armor is basically so thick you're a walking reactor.
Yeah. Also, a big thing I want to point out about this is that if we talk about 40K, if we talk about the fact that fantasy writing in general declined, and there was not as much just good fantasy around, versus Warhammer Fantasy being actually well fleshed out in a good setting. Well, the same thing happened because, like, ironically, 40K was written at a time by people who really liked Dune. I mean, let's just be very clear here. Holy shit, there is a lot of Dune in 40K. Period. Like, the whole fact that they run basically on Psychers, it's like, the whole more fantastical magic element in sci-fi was never really... But that declined hard. During the 80s especially. Like, keep in mind... It was basically just gone. Ah, fuck. Didn't see that one.
I heard it.
Yeah, I literally saw it, but I didn't recognize that it was that. And so for a lot of people, if you when you grew up and you wanted a sci-fi setting that was maybe, not nice, but, dark and gritty, had like a lot of very unique visuals, had just magic and death robots and just, gorging, had gorging aliens in it. Well, you had 40K, and 40K. Like, even if you look at stuff like, StarCraft, which is arguably simply stole a lot of stuff from 40K.
And then they stole stuff back.
What?
And then
they stole back, which is just fair, I would say. It's the fact that StarCraft is still too clean. Like, the moment you feel like, hey, I generally like what StarCraft is doing, but this is too clean. Where do you go? Oh wait, 40K.
Oh god, help! I was bombed, and we need to go over there anyway. So. Thank you.
That's why I wanted to play. Whoa!
That's what I said. Beware of the bombs.
Sorry. No, that wasn't a... that might have been a bomb, but I also miscast it. Something, taking the warp into your body is not the best thing.
What are you waiting for? After it.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's not as advisable.
But yeah, that's why I would say 40K was just popular, and I mean, now it's just like extremely. Now it's just extremely big. Like,
yeah, at that point, it's exposure. Once more people know it.
In addition to 40K and talking about world building bit from topic from earlier, what's another good sort of fantasy setting that does do world building right, in your opinion?
Okay, you know what? You're just inviting this right now, Lord of the Rings.
I mean, yeah, no.
I'm very sorry. Like, we're just good at fantasy world building.
I know. I mean,
I don't know, the thing with the Silmarillion, basically.
Because you bring it up, Ruben, I want to point out that Lord of the Rings is in part at fault-ish because basically any fantasy story
that's all based on
that
it to a degree. Yeah,
it's either going to be considered based on it or it's going to be compared to Lord of the Rings.
So it's kind of hard to.
And so,
I mean,
so it's kind of hard to make something and then not be accused of, oh, you're just copying Lord of the Rings.
I mean,
if you're not well versed in a genre and you're just writing on your own, it's very likely that you just adapt tropes and concepts from Lord of the Rings. That's just how it is.
I mean, nowadays people also just adapt those tropes without knowing where they're coming from, which is then
same with sci-fi and Dune.
Part of the problem is so many of the concepts in Lord of the Rings have just become so ingrained in our culture that, to an extent, it's kind of baked itself into being more of an archetype rather than being Lord of the Rings stuff. So like,
Yes and no.
I think it's becoming less justified to compare to like say, oh, you stole from Lord of the Rings.
I mean,
not to say copy Lord of the
honestly,
Rings.
at this point, you could. I would rather say it's more a case of listen. If you don't even notice that you do stuff like 1-to-1 from Lord of the Rings, read fucking Lord of the Rings at this point.
If you want to write fantasy, yeah, maybe. You should know.
Yeah, if you want to write fantasy, read some Lord of the Rings. That's like one thing I want to say. Like, even if you just to not fall into the trope hole, read some Lord of the Rings.
Plus, there is, I think, also a big difference between like copying the archetype of like orcs evil,
where are you?
versus just orcs. I went through the door I opened.
Yeah, but you leave us behind.
You didn't come?
was down.
Yeah. Zep was down.
Yeah. After I went through the door and I needed to hold back a wildfire thrower. I had stuff to do. Sorry.
So where is the... Ah, well. Yeah. Also, the thing is, maybe if you actually read Lord of the Rings, maybe you would... Maybe you would actually also learn that, the orcs are actually a metaphor for corruption and
industrialization
and corruption from that. Not, they're like savage natives. Keep that in mind. Because if you do the later one, you're just racist.
Or Blizzard.
Who did the racist? Blizzard did the... What?
Mainly D&D did it, but...
A lot of Rings kinda did it. And a lot of Blizzard and like Warcraft.
It's just like, the thing about orcs is they are basically, corrupted elves. Like, that is the key thing about orcs. Like, the elves live in harmony with nature. Orcs destroy nature. So, it is not subtle in what...
It's based on the fact that Tolkien was Catholic, basically.
What?
And Tolkien was Catholic and pretty... pro
environmentalist
rule
of his type.
Rule folk, yeah.
He was very pro environmentalism, actually. That so like that.
But he's also just he was very much a romanticist in a way, wasn't he?
I mean, to a degree, but still
anti-fascist as well.
He was.
Tolkien had an interesting mix of ideologies.
Nowadays, that would be weird. Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. A lot of things that don't go hand in hand anymore.
Probably.
What specifically?
Conservative and anti-fascist.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
I think it still does exist, but just not... I think it's more at an individual level rather than politically right now, because politically...
Congrats.
That's kind of died. But I do think they do exist still.
Existing,
it
but
still is an opinion.
They're more
but just
rare,
not
though.
politically. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is more like I would, Tolkien nowadays, like, if you just transferred him right here, yeah, he would be out of place. But like, ironically, I would say Tolkien nowadays would probably just, if he lived longer, he would probably also have shifted more, because the thing is, he did like, his orcs can be read in a racist way. Like, he acknowledges that. He like literally wrote in letters like, I would probably write the orcs different.
If you ever read Lord of the
Rings, off his time as well. He's literally 1920s.
Yeah,
but like still,
if you ever read Lord of the Rings and have like complaints about how certain things are written and stuff, there's probably a letter from him addressing that.
Yeah, like, you need to keep in mind, that's one of the things where people are like, oh, it was off his time. He himself thought a lot of things were bad, so, you know...
At least he changed his mind rather than doubling down like a certain author.
Yeah.
And guessing even worse.
Yeah, he was very open about that. He could wrote stuff better.
Yeah, which
Like,
is
quite
realistic.
Like,
yeah, everybody can write. Everybody improves over time, so...
You know, the funniest bit is that he basically, is like, you know, how should I name my evil antagonists? Nazi
evil
ghouls. Nazguls. And then he had
Nazi
beef.
ghouls?
You know the Nazguls. It's basically very close to Nazi ghouls, and it's like, It's kind of a joke about that he...
Sometimes...
Did he write this book? I'm trying to think. Were the Nazis actually around back then? At the time when he was writing it?
He was. That was
after
after World War II.
I know after World War II, but the Nazis took a bit to fully establish themselves.
Yeah, but also the Nazi ghouls. That's like Lord of the Rings was afterwards.
We need to wait for that.
So it was after the Rising. Okay.
No, it was literally after the war.
Yes, it was after the war, but in that period, in the interwar period, what I'm asking, sorry, was like was it 1925? Was it 1929?
After the World War. The second. There were
World War
two.
II. Oh, I thought it was World War One.
No.
He isn't that old.
World War One is at
You
best.
just say the World War, but there's two of them.
Yeah,
Actually,
the second
one
one.
is three.
I thought we left one of us behind but I just didn't see Ruben because he was so short.
No, Lord of the Rings is after World War II.
I thought it was obvious from the Nazgul thing, but apparently we weren't clear enough.
Yeah, like the Hobbit was after World War One, basically, but
Yeah, so I'm mixing up Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, really, because
yeah, the Hobbit was before that.
He did most of, as far as I'm aware, he did most of his writing just after World War One. But no,
no, Lord of the Rings was later.
Lord of the Rings was later. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
No problem. You just need to identify the communication error, like where it occurs, so that we can fix stuff.
That's a lot of life's problems, it's just communication errors.
Yeah, communication problems can just happen.
I mean, the whole internet. The communication error.
Help. But, yeah. I just wanted to say, it is funny that he basically called his antagonist Nazi ghouls, and then had beef
at that
over
time,
Dune.
He wouldn't, really.
It's very obvious to some degree. He probably not necessarily thought of it, but
Also, what I wanted to say, before you all interrupt me all the time, he called his antagonist Nazi ghouls, but then had beef over Dune. Because, you need to keep in mind... Okay, so basically just to be clear, Tolkien liked fantasy. Tolkien liked sci-fi, he just disliked Dune. And the best we know why he disliked Dune is
Star Wars.
You really have no concept of timelines.
If he would have liked it, would he have liked it? Is my question.
Yeah, I'm not running away. Kill the Gunnar, you were there.
No,
you were here. You're right here. You just ran away.
I don't have...
I don't have what?
Oh my god, there's just like a whole list of... There's like a whole group of them.
There we go.
It's nice that you didn't have, but I have a shield. Let's kill the backline.
There's another one behind us.
Yeah, now we can run, right? So, first of all, we were at Dune, right?
Yeah. So he disliked Dune of all sci-fi books, which is, you know...
Ran away!
What?
Just talk, yeah. If you want
Because-
to ever finish, talk.
Basically because Tolkien is a linguist. And, he put great effort into doing his own languages.
Oh god, I'm hearing certain doom.
We all dead.
Most of you, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very dead.
Damn.
Okay. I can talk,
Yeah.
technically.
Basically, he's a linguist and he had beef with Dune because Dune just ripped words from old languages like Arabic, from languages like Arabic and such, and with no real consideration of anything. So he was just like, no, if humanity advances that far, they will just not fucking take over. They will just not do that. And it's like the best hint we know why he beefed with it, because he probably didn't dislike the
writing on itself.
The writing itself, or the message, but he just it spited him on a very on the level of his profession.
Something he cared about, yeah.
Yeah. So.
That's the thing.
Oh, for the love of God, they get bounced around by the stupid ass.
No.
Oh, then we're dead. Happens. Respect the armored Skaven, they're very strong.
Yeah, I mean, I have no stronger weapons, but I get it.
Yeah, that was the problem. If you would like Star Wars, good question, since Star Wars is just basically, how was the movie called?
It's just a hidden fortress.
Yeah.
In space.
Yeah. So I
this
don't know if you would have liked the later lore that came to Star Wars.
Probably not.
I don't know, but I guess he would have probably called this is just the hidden fortress, and yeah. So probably good, but not very original. I guess would have been his take.
If we're to discuss that, we'd have to probably put into consideration possibly him being aware of other material at the time that Star Wars kind of is based off of, samurai flicks and westerns and such. So
Probably he had time.
yeah, so I think definitely his perspective, I think, would be a lot more nuanced than people give off to be, because a lot of the arguments I've seen have solely focused on what his stance would have been towards the singular object, but you'd also have to say okay, well, what is this singular object based off of, and what would he think of what it's based off of, because that affects what you think of the final product from an academic point of view, and he would look at it from an academic point of view.
Yeah. That's why I said when he watched the first Star Wars movies, he would probably think, oh, hidden fortress.
Yeah.
Among other things.
The thing is, and I can't actually find anything about that, but I would say, if, and it's a big if, also Bybot, if Tolkien ever saw a Kurosawa movie, we could maybe deduce from that he might like Star Wars.
Oh yeah, I think he might have.
We're grateful for your help,
At the very least.
That's actually that's actually probably a big question, because you need to keep in mind, he died in the 70s, 73, and the Seventh Samurai is 1953. So
evening.
There was 20 years where he could have watched a Kurosawa movie in some form.
But how far did like samurai movies really travel? Did they travel quite a bit in terms of like to Western audiences and stuff like that?
I don't know.
Considering
It was
the-
known actually back then.
So considering the difficulty of films being international back then, I would say it traveled quite well.
Well, that would be like one example of good world building. What would be another thing with good world building? I guess it's not a show, but the original Forgotten Realms, because Wizards of the Coast murdered them.
It's just Ed Greenwood basically
Yeah,
doing the
that's
heavy
Ed
lifting, because everything else about D&D was very badly written, because
Yes.
Gygax is a piece of shit. And Ed Greenwood...
The only good thing that Gygax did was math and ecological storytelling.
No, he didn't do that. That was Greenwood.
No, ecological storytelling in campaigns and stuff. Like
No.
Gygaxian environmentalism was a thing, yes. He didn't do world building.
I don't know what you want to explain here, but he was absolutely shit at that. Sorry. He was.
He was good at it, but
No, he was shit at it. No, I'm sorry. Whatever you want to say, if it's something different you mean, use the right words. But he was very bad at that. Actually, like his worlds are the worst to a degree.
I'm not talking about his words. I'm talking.
You mean in the sense of like, oh, that you have environmental encounters and
environment and use the description of environment to foreshadow encounters.
Yeah, that wasn't. He didn't come up with that. Others did that. They just attributed to him.
Say,
Okay.
not many people know about it, but I think Ajin had pretty solid world building.
Arjun. Oh, wasn't that where people are somehow immortal and then just used for?
Yes.
Oh, it's,
Not many people watched it or read it,
I thought we were talking.
okay.
but one
Then I
thing
don't-
that
I mean, Ruben probably goes to sleep soonish, so.
No, I was just
Okay,
turning
no.
off the alarm on my phone. I think have I seen Ajin before? I think I might have. It sounds really familiar.
probably, I mean, I think a lot of people dropped
Oh,
it because
Demi-Human?
it was very, yeah, Demi-Human, yeah. A lot of people dropped it because it was CGI.
Oh yeah, I dropped it because it was CG.
But it was actually decent CGI for the time.
For the
what
time, though, and that's the thing. It's a lot better now, but still for the time. And
I actually think the CGI holds up a bit, even in today's standards.
I haven't seen it, but I think people are a bit too picky with old CGI stuff.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't look great, but it's like something. At least when you know what you're getting into, it's not really a problem.
But for example, like partway through the series, because Ajin takes place in the modern world. Partway through the series, the government actually creates a special ops force that is actually effective at killing Ajin. Well, killing and containing.
yay!
And they actually talk about like, oh yeah, so we created a special ops force by taking people from SWAT and police forces because they're more effective at stopping people using non-lethal force than the military is. Even though the police have a
Are
tendency
you sure?
to go for lethal force. No.
Maybe weren't they
police are
Japanese,
better at
please?
non-lethal.
Weren't they Japanese, please? So maybe they're a bit less.
Well, I mean, it is
lethal
the
then.
Japanese police, so
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so yeah,
Anyways.
they're a bit less lethal than American.
like the thing is, like, the organized government is like scary. Like there's a level of competency that is understandable and reasonable to expect from the world, and it follows through with that. And then the characters doing insane shit also makes sense. And some of the insane shit is because the funny thing is the main antagonist is a gamer, and he's not just a gamer; he's a gamer grandpa.
Okay.
And so he does a lot of crazy stuff with his powers. I would recommend you just check it out.
Has that been what you've been watching recently, basically, then?
No, I watched
just
it a
talk
while
about
back,
Jenna.
but I
Okay.
really enjoyed Ajin. Even though the main character does, I enjoyed Ajin for every character except for the main character. He was okay, but he fell into kind of like the zone of like bitchy, whiny, generic main character type.
Oh.
Did have his own moments, and there were some interesting dilemmas that he had, but he did have his moments of being quite bitchy.
I mean, also one thing, when we talk about good world building, One Piece.
Yeah.
It is one of those, you're like, okay, and then it just starts clicking all into place. So...
Yeah.
That's fair. It does
I mean,
a good
lot of
job.
world building. A lot of One Piece's advantage is just how long it's been.
Oh yeah, fair. But like, even
They could
then...
not have been doing the same level of world building without the length of time.
Yeah, but also, he still, seeded a lot of stuff very early on, and it's like, yeah.
I think some stuff has been seeded in, but a lot of stuff I think has been. He was smart enough to leave certain things open for potential expansion later on.
More care with those flames of yours.
Yeah, maybe.
So not like things were like, grand plan thought out for the most part from the beginning. More
few
of that.
things I would
he was
say were,
clever in
but
how
yeah.
he put things together from the foundations. Because what I see a lot in fantasy writing is that people will write like really strict world building or type stuff that just doesn't let anything fill out or pan out in the future.
Yeah, it's basically a self-added challenge that a lot of people are not prepared for.
Yeah.
Like the authors.
Turns out I can push you in the game. Very slow. Very slowly, I can push you.
like for example, like also some things are just forgotten. Like if you remember Dungeon Meshi, good show. Was praised for stuff everybody who knows TTRPGs already did 10,000 times. Like, which monster can you eat and how does it taste? Baseline stuff.
Very basic, actually. But, yeah.
But it got the character. But here's the thing. Okay, it got a decent world building.
Yeah, I never.
It's okay,
And
yeah.
good characters.
Yes.
It did both things. And here's the thing: you could do amazing world building, but then
And then shit characters, I know.
Just shit
course you
characters
can.
or just characters that don't give a shit
You're
about.
you're overlooking the fact that we will agree with the fact that Dungeon Meshi has great characters. That's why you watch it. But like when people say the world building is so good, it's again like it's doing a lot of generic stuff again. So
But
it's not like I've seen it
I
again.
guess it's not generic to quite a few people.
Yeah, because they have either forgotten or were never in touch with it. That's why it's new to them, which is
Yeah.
fair. But like realistically speaking, it's stuff from like the beginning of Dungeons and Dragons. That's so many decades ago.
Yeah.
By the way, just quick side note, I want to say. So there's a creator called in the 40k community called Chapter Master Valrak. He claimed that he stated that if the next Total War game is not 40k, he's gonna shave all of his hair and eyebrows off.
Nice. Oh my.
Right.
That's
Okay, wait a second.
That alone is a very good reason for them not to do it. I want to see
Can I
that.
say a
I
thing though?
agree with you.
Can I say a thing? He should do it already. Technically, the next
Well,
Total War game.
Isn't it confirmed?
Oh
It's
no!
confirmed
Technically, the
with,
next Total War game is Medieval 3. They might announce another one at the Game Awards, but technically,
Actually-
the next one they announced
Actually-
is Medieval 3.
Hold on. Medieval 3 is in early pre-production. I don't think it's coming out for another 4 years.
Oh yeah, maybe, but they announced it.
Yeah, that's what
But
it's...
I'm pretty sure that the other fantasy game has been like in production or pre-production.
Yeah, but
for
again,
more than a, for more
Again,
than
the
2
sentence
years.
you quoted was announced.
the next announced would be that, and it is technically Medieval 3, so they just snuck in one in that might not be the next released one, but the next announced one is Medieval 3, so yeah, get rid of those eyebrows, man.
I mean, it's already been announced, so.
Yeah.
Good dancers.
Yeah.
Or did he announce it
Have you
after?
responded?
No, he specifically said the one that was. He specifically said the one that will show up at the Game Awards.
Okay.
Ah, okay. Damn, if you...
Oh, let's
Because
see.
how you did it, you could have
Forgive
all
me
gotten
for
him...
paraphrasing.
Damn, because if he literally was that, had said it like that, you could have gotten him on a technicality. Which is always the best. Like, shave your head on a technicality. Okay, so,
But yeah.
usual question. I think Ruben, you usually go to bed now?
I'm fine for another game, but I
Okay.
think that'll be my last one.
Okay.
Okay. Then
Good,
we'll-
good. Then
we'll
let's
do
go.
now.
Which one do we want to throw in? There's a Dwarven new mission that we
So
haven't done
apparently
yet.
you guys have never heard of this game.
Huh?
Oh god, but at a normal time. Oh, even though you guys are an hour ahead again.
Yeah.
You guys are so late. And I'm a night owl as well. I mean, actually, maybe it's because I actually have to work.
Yes.
Well, I have to go to work early
Yes.
in the morning, so yeah.
We are actually going for a walk after stream.
A dwarven war party.
What?
Yes.
I mean, that's good. That's nice. It's just. Oh my god, it's so late.
It's an unusual time, I know.
Thus, we do now
But it helps, like, with the streaming schedule and everything.
complete the war
No, it very much does. It's a shame that all the streamers I like to watch are like, oh, we're going on live, and it's like, it's time for bed. It's even worse when they're American, because it's just like, then it's even later. So like they'll stream at like 8 p.m. for them, and then it's 2 a.m. for.
Yeah. Well, on this channel there are apparently a lot of American viewers, and
Yeah, true. Shout out to the Americans. You're very loyal watchers.
I think this channel is most of the viewers are either American or Dutch.
Yeah, that's what I was to say. So like, it's either. What? How did I manage to do it with like 7 p.m.? Hey. Yeah, how the fuck did it manage to have this overlap between Dutch and American?
well,
Dutch Americans.
I mean, I wish I had some more viewers from other countries, like, I don't know,
England.
France. Oh, yeah, I have some. Okay, that's number 3 actually. I would say. I would like to have some French and Italian people, maybe. It's this very Darwin European stuff, or everything, and America.
What a mess. Gonna take more than a broom to sort all this
assassin.
Oh, the one behind. Oh, good belay.
Yeah. I managed to dodge. Yay.
Warfire behind us.
He's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Also,
Yeah, it's very easy with the crossbow to kill him. Just one shot.
just
Yeah,
for
it's the Rattling gunners that are more well armored.
Even then, I could kill him with one shot. So with the crossbow.
just for information, you can ping specials with T.
Two?
T. The letter T
Tough.
from
Oh,
TNT.
Got it.
Tough.
Explodey stuff.
Tough.
Oh, I see this dwarf finally woken up.
Racist. How dare they make such a joke about a dwarf?
Hey, you know what?
Can see
You're
me.
probably the nicest dwarf in comparison. Like how
Ruben,
usually.
If
I don't
anyone
know how-
slights you while you're a dwarf, you can just say that's going in the book.
Yep. That's
Does it
going.
work?
There is nothing in the Warhammer world more spiteful than a dwarf.
Yeah, that's where again. Okay, I would say dwarven are one of the one of the points where I'm saying like they just added more interesting stuff onto dwarves than just oh, they live underground and dig stuff. They just made them spiteful assholes because quite literally, each clan has a book of grudges.
Oh,
And-
Individuals have a book of grudges too.
Yeah, and those will be repaid. All of them. Someday.
There's a story about how a dwarven clan did some work for the Empire, and they got shorted by 2 gold coins, and then they basically sacked the entire city because in order to get, in addition, basically in order to say don't ever short us 2 coins accidentally ever again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it wasn't like an intentional thing; it was very clearly an accident.
Yeah.
Still,
They did it anyway.
they're just petty.
It's to prove a point.
And
And they're still one of the more good people.
yeah.
You mean less shitty?
Yes.
I mean, they're not on this. Okay, not all of them are on the side of destroying the world.
I think some people
Only
were
some.
left behind, and I'm trying to. Yeah, please.
They're kind of stuck with some.
There's a survivor.
Yeah, that was a bit stuck. But we managed to break free, so.
Don't grow careless. They're still out there.
Here! It's through here!
But yeah, Forgotten Realms was kind of one of the few, I would say, like, well-written worlds. Originally. Sorry to say that Baldur's Gate 3 ruined parts of the world building.
I know, but it's the characters.
The characters are
really.
good, yeah.
The characters are good, but it's still kind of shit that they just flush down a
Characters-
lot of stuff. Down just to.
Characters are like, cause like, I'm going.
Oh, I think she already said what she wanted to say.
Oh, she said it. Oh, okay. Good characters are like sugar. They can cover up a lot of sins.
True, especially if you don't know it.
Actually, no, not for me really.
Yeah, for us not, but we also know already, That
For me, at least, it does really. Like I really couldn't give more of a crap about the world building in FIFA or Baldur's Gate, but I really like the characters.
yeah,
Fair enough. Everybody has different tastes.
yeah, and also different criteria. Like it's just pretty shameful for
An official game to just ignore a lot of stuff.
Everything hurts.
like the thing should have been Divinity 3, as Nya often said.
I mean, just
Yeah.
called Divinity 3 rather than Baldur's Gate, or
No, Divinity 3 and with the Divinity system and the Divinity world, they kind of should have just made their own thing instead of.
or
but-
just made it originally, sort of.
Yeah, yeah, more like the same game, but don't let it take place in the Forgotten Realms because it doesn't make
Or
sense.
don't call it the Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. The whole tadpole shenanigans don't make sense.
I could suspend I could have a suspension of disbelief for tadpole shenanigans.
Okay, how?
But that's mostly because I don't. That's because I don't. It's probably because I don't know too much about Forgotten Realms lore.
I
Yeah,
think
me
that's what they
neither.
got. That's why they got
So
away
I'm
with a lot
just
of that.
Okay, you're claiming psychic bullshit for how they managed to survive things. Sure.
Oh, that's fine. The problem is tadpoles. Okay, normally. Okay, they survive on your brain. They eat your brain within hours, and then you're dead.
Like they eat your brain and then attach themselves to the brain stalk.
That's how Mind Flayer is born, by the way.
Yeah.
Or Illithid. So the whole how it doesn't do that because of Elder Brain shenanigans stuff. Like, it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, it's like if they said that, you know, that these do not attach them, do not eat the brains for some reason, then it would be like, okay, at least you acknowledge that. But right now,
and we tried to.
I think it was said that one of the rebelling one said was telling it not to eat the brains.
Yeah, but then it would die. And then there's also
just get like a worm, but
well, there was also some kind of like stasis put on them too, right?
Yeah, but I mean when they're in your brain.
Yeah, but it's a lot of convolution there, isn't it, to kind of make it not be so.
And can someone remind me why they made those tadpoles again?
Because they want to basically make a mind-controlled army.
Yeah, but mind flayers don't need a mind-controlled army.
It wasn't the mind flayers. It was the Dead 3 that just subjugated an Elder Brain so they could make...
Yeah, okay. How would you make tadpoles to do that? Like, it would be way easier to just turn them into mind flayers. They're way stronger than a fucking mind-controlled army.
Well, they kind of want to...
I think it's because they wanted to infiltrate the world to subjugate people.
I mean, yeah, but you could do that with a mind flayer army very easily.
Yeah. I think, again, I think it was like definitely more of like the process was the important bit. Again, it's like trying to find the excuse is a little much.
Yeah, which is why I'm like if they just made the same story with the same characters just in like Divinity, made it Divinity, I would have so much less problems. The gameplay would still be shit, but
this would still be.
Okay, up the ladder and there.
There we go.
Yay.
It is accomplished! Sigma, I need help!
I'll stop grumbling. I'm no longer here with better tempers.
I'm sure wood's a good pressure vessel material.
Depends on how you treat it.
Man, like, just... also it's really not sanitary. There's
Again,
a reason
depends
it
on how you coat and treat it. Again, like as you say, it's not exactly the best
Fit for the hunt once again!
unrealistic pressure system. Steam. Actually, it's gonna be Steam, so it's got. Oh god, that's Steam there.
Not sure there should be this much blood.
Can you keep going?
I killed the stabby rats.
Oh, is there another fucking assassin?
No,
yeah.
it's dead.
2 of them.
Not a scrap of artistry in a rat man's soul. Not one.
Bad little boy! It's out and won't bother us now.
And now...
Is no match for Imperial steel.
Assassins.
Oh, on me.
Oh, he's stuck in the tornado.
You'll get her out of this. It's what you do, isn't it?
Oh, okay, yeah.
But,
Tornado.
yeah, okay, wait.
I'm trying to find the blight caller, but
Thank you.
how are you going down there?
No, we didn't go down there. I just had to save room.
Okay, then let's go into the right direction then.
Yeah. At least someone is dead, so they show us where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, for me it probably stinks a bit harder simply because I like the Forgotten Realms a lot. There is way too much attention to detail, especially ecology-wise.
We know the breast
when
milk
you-
flavors of elves.
Huh? What?
You mean the terms of the story, the world building?
Yeah.
Okay.
The story is very in quality there.
Like, is there written stories, or is it more just the
There
lore
are
books
written
for
stories.
Okay.
Yeah, there are novels and stuff.
But also, you know, in the books and you know...
I will say, in fairness, it's easy. It's a hard hurdle to beat to
Still, I reckon we could
match a
for her, don't you?
decades-long worth of content and
Yes.
lore with a singular piece of with a singular entry.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect like normal length mangaka stuff like to get to the same level of detail.
Yeah.
That's so much should
Wait,
be
it's
obvious.
still ravaged. Ah, there it is. You don't ping it.
Sorry. So yeah, what we wanted to say?
I don't know right now anymore.
I think it was something about flavor.
Yeah.
Was it about Flavortown?
No, I was talking about that we even know how the flavor of elven breast milk.
What?
What?
Yeah, Ed Greenwood. Ed Greenwood told us what.
We should go down here, I
Of course you
think,
know that.
Yeah.
because he was asked.
Yeah,
And if you build a world, you
you
need
have an answer.
you need to describe that.
So,
You need to be
so
able.
quality for you is the level of knowing.
No, stop, no, stop it, stop right there. I mean, just if you do stuff like that, you also, you know, if you do care and build a world, you know, you do also care about the weird details when someone brings them up. You know, that's
So what
the,
you're
that's the
saying
point.
is that the
Hard to
most
keep
important
them
detail to
coherent
you
as
is
well.
the flavor of elven breast milk.
No.
Got it.
Yeah.
No,
Nine
it's not
likes
what I said.
elven-
That's not what I said. It's not what I said.
Nine likes the flavor.
It's
of
not
elven,
what
that's
I
the-
said. I said specifically, there's a lot of thought put into the world, like to the point that he even answers questions like that. But also,
So you wouldn't ask a cute elf what that.
no,
I don't know what that.
what the fuck? It's no, seriously, what was this? That's not even funny.
I mean,
There was no
just
joke.
because you don't care about it doesn't mean you have
No,
to
no,
diminish
no.
others people's.
It's more the. What's it?
The what?
Absurdity, sort of the level of detail.
That's not really an absurdity. That's pretty normal for TTRPG worlds.
Well, I'm just not too experienced with TTRPG worlds.
Like, if you have a living organism, you should know how they reproduce, mating behavior, mating season, how shit tastes. Like, you should know.
Okay, serious question. We need to fucking get the explosives barrel into the right place, and someone keeps hitting it.
Sorry if I was that.
Might have actually been you. Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Pinned down, mostly.
If I don't get blown off. Stop fucking knocking me!
Okay, never mind. I'm down.
I've got the barrel. Oh,
Yeah.
If the fuse is on,
We need to get up.
okay. Where?
That's why I was looking. Yeah, no, yet now it's worthless again.
Yeah, look where to go first.
Yeah, you know what? Let me just... Here. No.
Oh, Set's completely dead. Oh no.
Come over here and...
Yeah, sure.
Oh, there's an assassin.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you're way too fast.
probably go fast.
Ah,
He's supersonic.
I can't get through here.
yeah, no, sorry.
Right. I have my shield now. You should have looked for a way up first,
Yeah,
or whatever, to get the barrel first before we...
None of you ever looked for that.
Tunnels, the quicker we
I was looking.
No, you didn't talk about it.
Yeah, we all
And
did.
Argonian said...
You didn't
and
as
you
well.
I
Yeah,
looked for it.
no, you didn't talk about it, so... You count as well.
Because Ruben made very bad jokes, or... it's not even a joke. You attempted to be funny, and you failed.
Oh, that found it funny. For me personally, it doesn't go into my sense of
What I
humor
found-
because it's a pretty blatant misrepresentation. But yeah,
What I found funny was that I was not expecting to have to hear those words in that order.
that's fair.
It's a new sentence to us.
I wouldn't really say it's a new sentence to
new
me.
sentence?
I've heard things
Okay.
like that, but I just wasn't expecting that in the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm not complaining there in that sense.
Yeah.
Like, for example, there are different fantastical creatures that turn people into stones, and some of them actually use that to hunt because they can digest stones. Other only use it to defend themselves.
Yeah.
That's, for example, pretty interesting.
And those are nice
And it also-
distinctions, yeah.
The ones that and actually it's interesting you bring that up because I've my understanding is that generally like you can tell the difference between them because if it's a biological function, then it's usually because they can digest a stone. If it's a magical function, then that's usually more of just a defensive mechanism.
Well, they're both a magical ability, technically. But the point is, for example, they're called gorgons here. They're basically like big bolts. They have a breath that can petrify you. They eat you. A cockatrice, for example, only uses it either like to defend itself. So that's important, for
Yeah.
example, for the dungeon master. A gorgon can, without question, open and very aggressively use its petrifying ability, while a cockatrice only does it to flee, basically. If you,
There's a defensive mechanism.
yeah, if it decides to not fight anymore, but it goes into flight, then it uses it. For example, mating time of bullets, which are basically they liquefy earth around themselves to swim through the earth, and they're pretty big. they can ravage fields and stuff. So that the world has dedicated mating times for them is important when you run a campaign in there to know, okay, would a bullet make sense? And having that consistency also helps the players to know what to expect and feel more immersed in that world. If suddenly there are like 2 bullets fucking around a mountain, and it's not mating season, you know something is wrong. If it's a hint to some magic catastrophe or a weird alchemist just sprayed those with pheromones or something, but something is going on.
I mean, in that regard, it would probably be some spell, but yeah.
Yeah.
Do you not think that the so a lot of this stuff was delivered as a TTRPG, wasn't it? Mostly
in books. Yes,
it is a world that is used for TTRPGs. Yes.
Yeah. Do you not think the sort of medium of like a TTRPG / books a bit as well is one of the reasons why it's kind of so hard to isn't it quite hard to convert that into, let's say, video films animation?
You could. You just need to hold yourself to it.
Let me be clear here. I don't think that's the case because of 2 reasons.
Okay.
Because when we, for example, talk about video games based on, you know, other TTRPGs, okay? They just have higher quality in writing because the people that made it cared about that. I think D&D since 5th edition is mainly made by people, like, you know, games are also run by people who do not give a fuck. They rather rather just put their own shit onto it,
which is fine on its own,
but you know that is being held up as the ultimate truth. And also Wizard of the Coast, the company, doesn't give a shit anymore about consistent writing. They might have at the beginning because they kind of, you know, in the beginning try to do it so that every 5th edition set is adventure is set in the Forgotten Realms, and they also kind of fit together, and there may be some overlap, and that's fine, you know, that's not a bad idea. It's just like that has also been abandoned because, like, for example, they never really have done good adventures anymore since, you know, I mean, the adventure quality was already all over the place, but like they just gotten worse, and they have never done, you know, source books again. Like, that's the thing. You want to make if you want to make a movie based on, you know, 5th edition, and you can only use 5th edition sources from the books, you would need to make up so fucking much because they're just that badly written.
Oh, they're very generic. Like they're or more or less world agnostic.
Yeah. Even the ones that are adventures about certain regions that have to add some stuff just are not enough, really. Like, there's just so much, like, for example, there is a quote unquote Sword Coast Adventure Guide, which is a source book for the Sword Coast. It is the worst source book they released this edition, probably the worst they ever did. It is just bare bones. Like, everything about Waterdeep is like 1/4 of a page. So that is bad, considering like Waterdeep is like the biggest and most important city on that
coast.
On the coast, yeah. Like, I know everyone nowadays knows Baldur's Gate because, you know, it has 3 video games, but like Waterdeep was supposed to be the city on the coast. The thing is just, they have 2 adventures set in Waterdeep. They're both not good. This one of them is not even really in Waterdeep. It's just in the dungeon under Waterdeep. Also has problems. And the first one needed to cram some extra bits into like the back of the fucking adventure to be like a very, very, very brief source book, because else you just would know shit.
Yeah, I mean, didn't you need to look up the legal system of Waterdeep
Yeah.
from 3rd edition?
Like a lot of shit I just had to scour myself on the internet because the books don't give it to you because they don't give a fuck. They won't. They basically are just like, here's some names and rough ideas. Do what you want. And the thing is, this is an outlier. Like, keep in mind, this is an outlier in terms of TTRPGs. If you want to have, in comparison, fantasy, DSR, the main one I know, there are source books for everything. You want to set something in Torwall, sounds AI generated. Sadly, it's not AI generated. It's literally just, lazy.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to have something set in Torval or Havna, you will have source books on that. Because...
Probably just reprint the old versions.
They could, but
they could. I mean, guess which system is reprinting their old shit? So it is. These are. They are reprinting like 1st and 2nd and 3rd edition stuff.
Also,
so,
think where they got. Why I also think they're just lazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not well written, but the Dungeon Master's Guide explains pretty clearly how an adventure day is structured. An adventure day is not a literal day. It's just basically a start point where you encounter stuff, where you have a few short rests in between, and then a long rest at the end, because it's a resource drain system. And even they themselves fucked it up, because after Stranger Things came out, and they were like, ooh, Vecna, remember Vecna? Yeah, Vecna was a really cool villain. They made the short adventure for him, but they forgot that this is a resource draining system, and so you can just make 2 level 16 archers and just kill the guy. Even though it's a level 20 adventure, which expects a 4-player group.
Yep.
Like, that's how bad they are right now.
Not even that. The thing is, basically, they had something going on in terms of an overarching story, and they basically set up, the Cult of the Dragon with Tiamat is doing something, but also, mostly, they kind of wanted to, they dug out a lich that was there, but they were like, you know what, let's make him the main and the main big bad guy, had like a nice nod to the Tomb of Horrors and made it the Tomb of how's it called?
I've dreamt of darkness.
With Annihilation?
Tomb of Annihilation, which is ironically also again Tomb of Annihilation with Azarak, the Lich. The fun thing about this is Tomb of Annihilation is by far the best adventure module they made for 5th edition. Period.
Yeah.
It has problems, but again, if you want to just go from raw, you can just slap this down and it works, as a pre-written module with material. This one is literally the best. Ironically, you would still need to flesh out the beginning more than the end part, but
or you just start at level 5. That's also fine.
Also that. But like the thing is, this one is good. This is the one where they actually put effort in. And then Stranger Things came around. Suddenly, came around with Vecna, and then they were like, "We need to pivot."
Yeah.
Seriously,
like one of the appeals of TTRPGs is like the immersion in the world and learning about this lore, and there's this really stark distinction. Like the people nowadays playing 5th edition, like they have no clue about the Forgotten Realms. They're playing generic fantasy. Meanwhile, if you would do the same thing in DSR, like what was the best example again? DSR convention. Someone tried to prep a DSA campaign, small one-shot.
A one-shot, yeah.
Yeah. And it never, since the person didn't know enough about the world, the players refused to play it because they couldn't believe that the village would be in this specific place.
They didn't refuse. The time just ran out because they delved into discourse if there was even a village at that point.
Yes.
That's what out.
Sorry.
You mean like on the map?
On the map.
On the map.
You need, if you want DSA players to play your one-shot...
Okay, those are like the worst of the worst. Like, I even would be like, chill out.
Yeah, chill out, yes. It's an extreme example. But you kind of need to provide, like, based on the technology and magic available and river proximity and all of that, that there is a village. Like, at least be a bit convincing. Let's say it like that. It's, as I said, an extreme example.
Yeah, because at that point you're kind of just not having fun.
Oh, the people have fun.
Maybe? Okay.
They do. It's. I think it's a difference in
over that.
It's a difference in expectation. Like I remember, you told me when you started out, you didn't know much about the lore of DSA.
Oh yeah.
And the players on your table literally told you you're not playing a dwarf. Not like you can't, but what you're playing is not a dwarf because it isn't consistent with their culture.
Yep. So, you know what? Reading about the children of Angrush, I guess. So, yeah.
That's obviously not for everyone, right? But I don't know if you start to pretend that every dwarf in Warhammer Fantasy is really nice just because you feel like it and they don't hold grudges. I think the Warhammer Fantasy fans would be pretty pissed.
Yeah, like imagine if you made a Warhammer Fantasy CRPG and none of the dwarves would ever do a grudge.
They wouldn't bring the book.
Yeah.
It's just plain weird at that point.
The problem is that like it's kind of erasing the culture of that part of the setting.
Yeah.
Which I think people will very easily take offense to.
Yeah, and I think they would rightfully take offense to that because it wouldn't be hard to include.
Yeah.
Like, they could make one dwarf that, I don't know, doesn't do it. Maybe after some character development. Sure. Of course. But, like...
Or you could find the weird dwarf who, for some reason, is rebellious and decided, all that weird grudging that they're so obsessed with, that's a little much.
Yeah.
Because there are, in fact, they're actually not with grudging, but there are dwarves who are like to the point that they're engineers who are all about innovation instead of traditional engineering like crossbows and some guns and such. Like they go into the advanced stuff, which is looked down, it's frowned upon. Just frowned upon. And they're like, I'm going to do all this innovative stuff, even though it's frowned upon and disliked by the guilds. Because that's who I am. That is an individual.
Yeah.
But they're not separate from culture.
Yeah. The contrast of the two would make it interesting. And would respect the world building.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going to have a dark elf that's all playing pretty with everybody else, because this is a bit of a specific. This is a bit of an odd situation too, because dark elves aren't exactly a separate race. They're all elves. It's just that dark elves are elves that ascribe to Malekith's side in the three-way. So in the three-way war, I guess it's hard to call it three-way. A little background on elf lore in Warhammer Fantasy. Elves were elves, and they are elves. But there was a civil war, basically, a grand civil war at one point, where basically the Dark Elves tried to, which are the elves that follow Malekith, who is one of the sons of the Phoenix King of all of the elves. He kind of fucked up in the inheritance ceremony. And basically started a civil war over inheritance of the throne, and did something called the Sundering, where he broke off an entire part of Atlantis. It's all the one, but It's basically Atlantis. And then took it, and then like they basically self-exiled to what's basically Canada. And
Wait, so Dark Elves are Canadian?
yes,
They drink milk out of bags.
probably.
Poutine.
Honestly, I think they probably have drinking sacks made of Hydra sac.
And if I'm right,
Yeah. And so, anyways, after this event where they basically burned down, like razed and burned down permanently a piece of the island, and where they self-exiled, they basically became the elves that left were exiled were dark elves. The elves that left and went into the woods in other parts of the world became the wood elves, and then the elves that stayed became the high elves. Biologically, they're all the same. It's just that they have cultural quirks that have differentiated them a little bit. They're kind of separate races, but all within the same species.
Also, like Americans and British.
Clear.
And Australians.
Kind of, but not really, but that's a fair... Like, it's not incorrect. Like, you're on a good... It's a good analogy.
So they basically had a schism.
Yes. They had a massive schism like millennia ago. And then... Because they still steal... So the Dark Elves still kidnap High Elf children to indoctrinate them into joining the Dark Elf cause. So, like, there's not, like, a massive biological separation or anything like that.
What with you out here
And elves can still get kidnapped by wood spirits and forced to serve forest spirits and forced to serve them.
One smelly dwarf is much like another, but have you no longing to return?
But yeah, that's like the fast and loose of elf lore in Warhammer Fantasy.
Oh, also stuff I just remembered about world building since I talked about Gorgons. Parts of Gorgons and some other stuff, which I don't remember sadly right now, otherwise it would be way cooler, can be used for, what's it called? The stuff you build houses with between the bricks. I have forgotten.
Mortar.
Mortar, yes. And this can be used to basically repel ethereal beings from crossing through this specific stone. Which is really interesting. But at the same time, like, monster materials are often a bit frowned upon in civilian use. Like, they have some superstitions. Which I guess it's fair if you ever encounter the swamp cow. I've forgotten.
Catoblepus.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of the name. The Catoblepus. Because they are basically like, they have nothing that ties them to this world, like genetically or magically, like nothing. That they come from somewhere nobody knows. And they're basically very docile swamp cows, except on the full moon where they eat meat and stuff, mainly swamp turtles. But
do they eat people sometimes?
If people are there, they would eat them as well at that specific time, but they generally do not leave the swamp. Problem: their mere existence turns the swamp bad, quote unquote. It makes it, well, more sickly. Lots of herbs you would normally gather in the swamp would go away. So they're kind of pests. Problem: they're still really hard to kill, and they have a pretty strong death laser. Well, it's more Mind Blast, but still. Yeah, you get the concept. Next problem: they mate for life. They're pregnant about 50 years. And the problem is, oftentimes, especially if it's not seasoned adventurers getting onto this problem, one of them survives. And if one of them survives, the thing will just cry in anguish. And the problem with that is it will be so fucking loud and agonizing to hear that whole villages have been killed by that. Because the adventurers were already gone. I just find that interesting. It's a nice tidbit. And if your party just kills one and comes back later to the dwarf, there's a pretty high chance, I probably just roll on it, that the whole village is dead. And those kind of like rules that make it a more consistent world where you can fuck around, but you will find out, just makes it more interesting. Yeah. Because
rather than having, everybody came back again safely and happily and they all won and sort of...
Yeah. Or like, even if I DM, if I'm like planning stuff, I need to consider all the possibilities. And if my players do as well. I made a campaign where I will not reveal what was going on, but people were technically always given new characters, revive-wise. They couldn't be the same. You don't know how much this party died.
Oh yeah, a lot. They were very fast dead.
Yeah, you were in that party.
I know, and I had the most unhinged characters.
You mean your
half vampire, I want to kill chaos.
Yeah.
And then they died. And then you had and then you had a fucking, I think, a wizard following him who was like demons.
You never actually encountered demons, right?
Yeah, you know what? She died a virgin. A very horny virgin, but it's a virgin.
I just remember you all went into my house. I cannot say what it was directly because that would be spoilers still to you. And they just released a fucking ice zombie. Yeah, I don't know the name of it anymore. I would need to relearn lots of stuff since I haven't done it for years, but...
We kind of fucked a lot of stuff in that world. Also, by the way, my third character is, again, a horny wizard, but she's horny for her senpai, and is looking for her now. Which is dead, but you know, that won't stop her.
If you find a high enough cleric, they can revive her.
Yeah. I made unhinged characters.
I like remember like when we started the campaign and you were so fucking afraid of everything. Not without reason, but still. Until you cursed the party.
Yeah, I cursed the party to be poor. It's a good thing we died, actually.
I'm probably gonna head now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
see ya.
It's
Bye.
a bit late.
Night
Good
room.
night, everyone. Bye.
Okay, do we still want to do a round, or do we also want to quit here?
I'm maybe a bit talking, but I'm a bit...
I think I'm good with Vermintide for the night.
What do you
Okay.
Yeah.
We all had both fun, though. And we can also just wrap up here.
Well, we can talk a bit, like at least I want to talk a bit about your characters and stuff. Or do you not want to?
We can, but like I'm also feeling a bit tired, honestly.
Yeah, then we can bring it to an end. It's no
Yeah.
problem.
So I just wanted to thank everyone for being here.
Oh, so we can talk.
Okay, well, you know what then? Talk. Do it. I don't care anymore.
I asked you, you said yes, and then you're wrapping up.
I thought we could also talk about it after the stream, but you know what? No, okay, you go off. Make me fall asleep.
Why?
Because I'm tired. EP.
Well, hey, yeah, if you fall asleep, Agonia can always shut off stream for you.
Fair point. But you know what the bigger problem is probably right now? I'm slightly hungry.
Yeah, we can
And it makes me a bit cranky.
I'm sorry to hear that, but you will have to pull through.
I guess so, then
Yeah.
talk.
It was fun because it was basically like an old shrine of a merchant god, and you just stole platin over and over again until your debt accumulated to like 10 platin. Platinum, is it
Platinum,
in English?
yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, and thus every time they got coin, it just vanished and was deducted from that debt. That was fun.
It was. I mean, it wasn't fun for us because we had no money.
Yeah, but you found workarounds, like just accepting equipment and stuff as payment.
Yeah, just don't get money.
Then you sold an orphan to a hag.
Yes, we did.
And then you uncovered the ogre, I think, was it? Mm-hmm. Oni, I think. Yeah, Oni. Very rare enemy, underused enemy. And it was disguised under the villagers, and that coincided with the sprout of a corpse plant, which ended in a small zombie horde. You managed to survive all of that, but the problem was the wisps of the Oni were still around, and you died in a tavern after technically defeating all adversaries, but the whole village was still killed. Adversaries, sorry. But the whole village was still killed because you didn't do it well.
We kind of suck as a party now that I think about it. We were not good people.
You were not very successful.
Like, we are immoral, we did harmful shit, we didn't save anyone, and then we just died.
And then you had, like, I think 3 or 5 attempts at trying to storm a toll house full of undead skeletons.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh, yeah. That was it?
You're not really fun to talk to right now. Which I blame on you. You can be cranky, but still.
I'm also tired.
Yeah, you can be cranky and tired.
Okay.
You always, like, every Friday, oh, I wish we could talk longer.
Yeah, finally we do. But I haven't had my cola today, so...
That's your fault, though.
Du hättest sie mir bringen können, Vibe.
You could have asked.
I didn't, because then the stream was already rolling.
Oh, I could have still brought you.
I could have, technically, but I forgot. Now I'm tired, and that's not good. Yeah, I forgot my own rules. I'm bleh. I will do it. I will have it tomorrow, though, because as I can't play Neo 2.
If we ever play the Warhammer RPG system, we need that to DM. He knows more about the setting.
I don't know if Zeb would like to do that.
Do what?
GM a Warhammer Fantasy RPG campaign.
Take my advice. Tell your agents to steer well.
That is a topic.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I could still do it. I could still learn it, you know.
That my main issue is I am not nearly prepared enough or organized enough or like enough of a mindset, I think, to actually GM a game. I know enough about the lore to, like, especially if I were to, like, go do a little bit more research for, like, first-hand stuff. But I could feasibly, like, I guess, I think my issue would be, like, pulling together a story.
That's the good thing, you don't need to.
So, not necessarily pulling together a story, but, like, setting up the situation in which a story would form.
Well, technically...
I think I struggle a little bit with some of that stuff.
It's fair. If you don't do it often, it's not that easy.
Yeah.
Like, from my perspective, but I'm a specific type of DM. I just put up several situations in like macro levels and just lower political levels, and then I have factions and characters which I know how they generally would behave, so they do their own stuff. If the players know about them, who cares? But there will be consequences.
I think that's my biggest hurdle is, like, tracking how the world behaves outside of the players.
Yeah,
that would be my biggest problem of all.
Yeah, that's the emming, I guess, or at least a big part of the emming.
Yeah, I probably need to like build like a spreadsheet of things that happen or something like that. There's a lot of work I'd have. Basically, there's a lot of work that I'd have to do preparation-wise, just to get like a base level preparedness. Not even like in the sense of like, oh, I built a campaign. It's more of like, I need to figure out what the fuck is going on with everything that the players aren't doing.
Yeah, I think
And it's like, I know the lore enough that I could maybe do that, but it would take time and a lot of work.
Yeah, DMing is a lot of work. Always appreciate your DMs.
Yes.
I mean, I could if you want to, but I need to read into the system.
And in the lore, because you don't know that much.
That shouldn't be too hard if I just focus on a certain subset.
True.
If you have lore questions, I could probably respond to most of them.
I mean, I could also just make it so that, your group is, extorting a magician to trial, and you get attacked by Skavens in Ubersreich. Original setting, do not steal.
I don't think I know where that setting is from. Where could it possibly be?
Dude. Yeah.
To be fair, the Red Tavern Inn, I think, is what it's called, or what? Sorry, Red Moon Inn, I think, or some. No, there's a different name for it. Either way, the Ubersreich 5 are a well-known and probably well-used set of, or like situation. If you want to look into lore, I would recommend checking up on the general flow of like the Gotrek and Felix stories. They're like really solid, and they kind of they very much give off like a kind of a the style of what I've heard is that they give off a good sense of like the style of Warframe. And one of the writers for Warframe is on the Lorebeards podcast. And I think they've had like some discussions regarding it in the past as well.
Yeah, I mean,
there's just so many different like Warhammer Fantasy has so much potential for situations. There's also a place called the Border Princes, which is designed specifically in a way that it is perfect for a role-playing setting and homebrewing and stuff like that. Like creating your own like princedom or whatever, your own world that you've built within the Warhammer world. It's the perfect place for it. Because it's explicitly designed for that of having like, oh, you've created a town that has an equivalent population of humans and dwarves. It's not common, but it's rare, and sometimes it happens. But it just so happens that there's this empty space in the Border Princes that happens to fit that description that you're looking for, and you get to name it.
Nice.
It's like that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's neat. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see if we can set that up. By the way, can I say one thing that I find very funny that I just realized about Vermintide? It's the Ubersreich 5.
Yeah.
There are only ever 4 running around.
Yeah.
How do people even know they're 5?
I think that's because the game is optimized, or like the gameplay is optimized for 4 players, and I think it would be hard to. I don't know.
I mean, it's more like so in lore, all 5 are always running around.
You know, it's probably an engine limitation.
I feel like this was probably less engine and probably just more like they wanted to have 4 at maximum, because like 5 getting 5 people to play is hard.
Consistently, yeah.
There's a reason a bunch of co-op games nowadays just opt for 3 people, which is not the worst, because for example, Space Marine 2. If I play with Agonia, we have already half the team filled.
More than half the team.
More than half the team. We can just have someone else. If we play together, we are just in a 4-player one. We're just half the team. Half of our strength is missing.
Also, if you do a 3-player max game mode, it's a lot easier to design levels with the idea of you'll only need to worry about one AI.
Yeah. You don't need to account for the difference between AI controlled or player controlled characters.
Yeah, that's true. So I get why we have less 4-player co-op stuff. Even though I like the 4-player co-op stuff.
It's easier to just design a AI that's built around acting as a singular
entity
member of the team rather than 2 entities that need to function as a team as well, even if that's not really what many of them properly do.
Yeah, that's generally very hard. Like, for example, Vermintide.
It's not often that you'll see people going into, say, Vermintide or other multiplayer games that are just going in solo alone. I mean, it happens for sure.
It's rare.
But it's rare, and it's also a small enough game population size in the gaming that anyone who's there should probably they'll probably be fine without a super advanced AI. Like, they're probably in there because they're probably in there alone because they want to be alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of publics.
It's an assumption to make.
Yeah, lots of publics in Warhammer, Warhammer Vermintide 2 are kind of trash. Like, really detrimental to your gameplay experience. And I guess the other hand is people who are afraid of failing for others and just play with bots rather.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like to play with bots because they are. I don't have to measure myself alongside someone else's pace of gameplay, and I can just fuck around sometimes.
Yeah, that's easier especially if you want to fuck around. Like, as soon as you play quick play, there is obviously a certain etiquette to be followed. Like, you want to beat the game, otherwise you're impeding people's fun and are playing unintended. And of course, then everyone is very pissed.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
I would say it's fine. And that's why you play with bots in this specific scenario. Because you don't want to piss off other people and you want to have your fun. Or you just find people who want the same kind of fun at that moment. That works as well.
Well,
Franz Lone,
reminds me back in Heroes of the Storm, when we played and people complained, why do people want to win? I don't know, maybe because that's the goal of the game.
Yeah. It's always weird when people ask that. It's like,
yeah, people report you if you just want to give up after 5 minutes.
Heroes of the Storm was amazing. Truly. Literally killed off because, here's the thing. The arguments they made for why it was killed off were bullshit. Because it's like, oh, it didn't make enough money. Which is bullshit. It had a growing player base. It had probably the most active esports scene that Blizzard had in years. Even when they axed that, they just kept doing it on their own. That's how much people liked that game. And
especially you could, quote unquote, fuck around. We had so interesting strategies we could pull off. We had a 5-stack once.
Yeah.
And we just were, fuck it, all tanks.
Before they reworked the classes, but
Before they reworked the classes. And we specifically chose tanks so that we could still fulfill certain roles that were necessary, like camp clearing and stuff.
Yeah. Aber Murky Gang, yes, that was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a Johanna main,
Yeah,
but
like
yeah.
I remember you played Johanna. I think someone played Sonja. I played Arthas after he wasn't 2 heroes anymore. And someone else played Rexa, and I guess with someone else, I don't know.
Yeah.
Diablo. Yes.
It was very funny. Diablo engaged, then we were just like, bonk.
Diablo engaged, the whole group went to bonk, and Rexa was just somewhere clearing all the camps.
Yeah, it was funny. I mean, the thing is just, like, quite literally, I like, as my personal thing, like, my personal tinfoil hat conspiracy, but, like, HOTS wasn't axed because it wasn't, popular. It was axed because it was slowly, taking away the players from Overwatch. And they just leveraged the fact that at that point they made more money into shutting down their internal competition. Because that's the problem. They had basically a few crossover events, and from what I know, a lot of people actually switched to HOTS because they were just like, wait, this is more fun. So, yeah.
I guess that you would probably have found some heroes also very fun in HOTS.
Maybe. I don't know. I have never liked... I don't think I've ever liked anything that Blizzard has released.
Damn. I mean, Heroes was probably the one thing that a lot of people actually liked, despite even disliking the rest of Blizzard. But yeah. It was just really fun.
Like,
and my dislike for Blizzard isn't even like a principle thing. It's like I just genuinely don't find anything that they've ever made fun. I think that they're a very poor company at what they do. I mean, not really that, but like, I just don't think that they do good.
I also don't like most of the stuff they do, to be fair. Overwatch was fun in the beginning, but like, for example, I like to play Murky a lot. And Murky is basically a hero with like a quarter of the health of everybody else. Also quarter of the respawn time, and you can set your own X somewhere and hide it. That's where you respawn. So this hero pisses people off on the opposite side. So they run, they chase you, and you have just a bubble shield with speed boost.
Yeah, like, you have less health than any other less health than any other hero, but you are shockingly survivable.
You are very annoying. You have good wave clear, so people cannot directly ignore you, but they should never chase you because you also only give a quarter of XP.
Half of the XP.
Right, half. Sorry.
Which is just so funny because you're like the middle finger.
Especially if you do not go into ranked or something, just fun quick match stuff. I had like the whole enemy team chasing after me.
It's like 5 people running behind this fucking thing, and then we're like, okay, let's just do the objectives then. Most annoying little shit. He was the most annoying little shit. Like,
yes.
Yeah, but yeah, I would say the thing is,
other stuff, fun combos we did was Illidan tank with Abatur.
Yeah.
Illidan is surprisingly tanky if he has an Abatur.
Yeah. I think the thing about Heroes of the Storm, I would say, and why I do also think I've fallen out with a lot of newer Blizzard stuff is like, old Blizzard games were usually weird shit. Like, you really knew there were just a few people, like, hammering away at ideas. Like, for example, I do still think the best Diablo is the first Diablo, because it just still did more unique things than the second restricted a lot. Like, it's okay. Diablo 2 is the better game. It doesn't have the same vibes as Diablo 1. Period. Like, Diablo 1 is a very...
And the whole modifier rolling on items is shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there, but like, I'd say Diablo 1, it just hits different. The thing is, then you have Diablo 3, and you realize in the 2000s they started doing, like, they stopped making their games about, you know, doing weird shit, and made them more about how can we do stuff that basically imitates our old stuff visually without really doing new things.
So they pulled Nintendo.
Basically. They're just American Nintendo to a degree. Like, you know, Diablo 3 isn't a bad game.
After the auction house was removed.
Yes, I think that needs to be said, but like, also Diablo 2 is the better game. It's just, there's just more, you know, variety, depth, and interesting aspects in there. And I think Diablo 1 just has way more interesting mechanics in general and what it wanted to achieve. All stuff that has been lost because, you know, the game didn't really want to... Like, Diablo 3 didn't want to be a Diablo game that does new things or, you know, refine what was there. It wanted to be a game that had an auction house and just was an action RPG. Then you had basically, I mean, they have never touched Warcraft again, which was still something I'd say. Warcraft 3, it had problems, but I think Warcraft 3 and to a degree World of Warcraft up until Wrath of the Lich King were the last two games, besides Heroes, but we get to that, where they genuinely just tried doing new things. As in, like, you know, Warcraft 3 tried a lot of stuff, and I do think it failed to a degree, but it wanted to make interesting new ideas in the RTS genre. And cool. And then StarCraft 2 rolled around. If you ever looked at early footage of StarCraft 2, what they actually wanted to do, like, for example, that you can actually build units on the field, that they were so big you have to build them on the field. And so much of that early StarCraft 2 ideas of, you know, adding a new layer to the to that package were just removed. Basically because the higher ups were like, oh no, if we make it not enough like Brood War and not enough, you know, like the old game, will the esports scene like it? And remember when StarCraft 2 came out and no one liked to play it? They slowly patched it, basically, it added the fun stuff back in. So now it's, you know, Brood War 2.0, which is like, sure, Brood War 2.0. I don't have a problem with Brood War 2.0 because I like Brood War. I think that one is actually a fine RTS in its weird own niche. Like, by the way, I don't think Brood War is, in that regard, a quote-unquote good RTS. But it is also a good RTS in the sense that it is a unique RTS in the sense that it's like, there's a lot of bullshit you can do in terms of tactics, but also it's like, you better do it fast. And that makes it interesting. And that's what they kind of brought back, but, you know, again, when I say it's just 2.0 of the expansion of the previous game, Diablo 4 is basically just, how about we make visually it look more like Diablo 2 again, and maybe add a little bit more on top, but we don't make Diablo 2. Also
more
Battle Pass.
Battle Pass and more microtransactions.
Because who wants to sell games when you can have live service games, or, you know, basically an MMO 2.0 at this point? It's just... And hey, do we even need to start about Overwatch? Overwatch is a game that came out of the gate and should have never been updated. They could have patched in Ana, I think, but that was it. Period. Afterwards, stop it. Because who did they patch it for? Oh, the esports scene, because they wanted so desperately to have their esports shooter.
And the esports scene was pissed with the patches.
Yeah. And like, they just made a game that had basically, that already is like, you know, oh hey, wait, you have one mode in there that is anachronistic to your other two modes. Will you remove it? Oh no, you're actually making the characters simpler. Oh. Okay, so why should I? But you know, now they're, you know what? Now they're adding back stuff in like, oh, you know, you can choose one of 3 perks being so. To make Overwatch 2 more interesting, you're stealing from Paladins. You know what? I want everyone who said Paladins is an Overwatch clone to fucking apologize, because Overwatch is now stealing from Paladins. Okay? Are we on the same page here? Good.
Paladins is fun.
Paladins is fucking amazing, actually. Like, if you ever thought about Overwatch is kind of mid, play Paladins. It's literally the thing you want to be from Overwatch. Like, shooting is fun.
You can play a demon centaur with a minigun.
It's actually just a demon, basically. You don't have 4 legs, you have 2.
Okay. I just remembered wrongly. He should be a centaur.
Would have been actually pretty cool, yeah.
And then can one other teammate can ride on me. That would be fun.
That would be fun, but it would make Raum even more broken.
That's why they nerfed him. So he's only normally broken.
Fair point. But yeah, Heroes of the Storm. You know, I think Heroes of the Storm stood out and was subsequently also curbed.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't thought about it. Mm-hmm. For them, the new big multiplayer title they had, that was Heroes of the Storm. Sorry, the new big multiplayer that was Overwatch for Blizzard.
Mm.
They had, you know, more they had more World of Warcraft campaigns to dupe people into. They always, like, Heroes of the Storm was a game they did not expect to do well. So the Heroes of the Storm team actually just had free reign in doing whatever the fuck they wanted. So you suddenly had a game again that, yeah, it was basically, to a degree, simplifying aspects from other MOBA games, but
in a good way.
In genuinely good way. There was like more variety because, you know, yeah, you just had more than one map and they all were played differently. And you always had to be like, yeah, you don't play your character all the time the same way. You actually adapt more to, you know, who's your enemy, why you're playing, where on the map are you currently. And it's like, it was just this gem. And I think it is telling that they shut it down, and the first move of the new team was to, quote unquote, add more MOBA mechanics. No one asked for that. Why? This legitimately felt like they just got the notice to make the game more unappealing. Again, I cannot prove that, but it sure as fuck feels like that. That's the one time they overlooked game development. And the moment that everyone liked it a bit too much, it was curbed.
Especially since it was a MOBA that wasn't really toxic.
Oh shit, yeah, like the player base was actually nice. Yeah. Like
we drafted a team comp around auto attacks once.
Mm-hmm.
Like in an aggro dive team.
Mm-hmm.
And we had the butcher player, and they were kind of like, because they didn't coordinate well, and then the first 2 attempts didn't work out.
Yeah.
And we just wrote them and said, "Come, we need to do this together."
Mm-hmm.
And we did, and then we won, and they apologized.
You know what? It is maybe the Mario Party, but much fairer than Mario Party. But it was just really fun. And yeah, again, the least toxic online community I've probably ever known. It is shocking how nice people were actually. Like even like we played ranked and lost and the people in our party were like, well, shit, did our best, but hopefully next round it's going better for all of you. Which game has that? It this generally feels like again, this feels like they were like, no, we need to have the most toxic people playing our games because apparently everyone also just got a little bit too nice playing Heroes of the Storm, so it just had to die. I guess.
Yeah.
I feel like it's that way for every single game that has like multiplayer game that has like a good like a big multiplayer following, or sorry, good player base.
Seems that way, yeah. I mean,
like it feels like games companies ends up driving the good people away.
You know, I have this. I don't want a new social game like HOTS.
I legit want a new social game. Yeah.
Let's want a new social game like HOTS. I totally agree, Chris Lord. I would fucking love it. There's a reason, you know, we usually nowadays play co-op games here because, like, that's just probably the best you can have. Or
sometimes, if you're lucky, you find a good classic Ragnarok Online server.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying sometimes, because those, I don't know, Ragnarok Online came out 2001, 2002, depending on where you are. And apparently a lot of them are a bit older than we are, like actual boomers or Gen X. And lots of them are some weird cranks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because before HOTS came out, for me, it was old MMOs that were a good social game because people were nice, people were helping each other. Then HOTS came, which did a similar thing. It was nice.
Yeah. And you made it to Master.
I made it to Master, yes. Once.
Still, you legitimately entered the top ranks of Hero of the Storm player. Like,
yeah, come on. It isn't that hard if you just play Zonya.
That is fair, but it's still something to do.
Well, that and Morthorion back then. He was nice because he could top off mana.
But yeah,
he had everything. He had a heal that was an attack, that was long range, a point and click basically.
Yeah.
He had a slow AOE root. Something else I've forgotten, actually. And the ability to top off mana. So if you had a mana hungry mage on your team, they loved you.
Yeah, I mean, I have this personal theory that probably one reason why most online games suck in terms of player base and the devs do not really do something as they could. By the way, they just legitimately could in so many cases. The assholes spent more money.
Well, they could use
like
they tend to because they tend to be more emotionally invested.
Yeah, because like I mean, there's a reason why I will say, for example, Valve does nothing about the cesspool that is Counter-Strike, even though they could. If they wanted to make it more appealing to more people, they could curb their cesspool. But the cesspool is cool with their gambling, so guess why they're probably not curbing it? Because the new people would probably not be cool with the gambling.
Well, I also think that there's another stake in this where I think Valve just doesn't want to take sides with people. With the exception of like they take the side, like they only ever take the sides of like anyone that has like a Steam account versus someone that say steals Steam accounts.
That and the payment processors nowadays.
I mean, they could just start curbing them even if they, they just need to start enforcing rules, and they could do that. But
there was some MOBA that was it Heroes of New Earth?
No, that was the thing that EA had. What was it called again? You can Google.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't know if it was good, but they had an interesting system that when the more people liked you, the higher basically a separate level would go up, and you would get more XP and stuff.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And if you piss people off, you would lose that. Like, if you were just blaming for no good reason, you would suffer for it.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
Not a perfect system, but the idea is good. Other thing I had, like, RTS, the bigger ones, also tend to be toxic. But when I play Supreme Commander, Forged Alliance Forever, I had one person that flamed me. And after the match, they wrote me and apologized.
Yeah. But that is like a game where you don't need to pay money, so you probably just...
I know. But still, why? They have a nice community. The worst conduct I ever had was people on a similar skill level at me, because the player base is low, were repeatedly matched against me and I didn't want to anymore. Just give up.
Oh, God.
That's the worst that happened. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it. You don't want to play against the same person over and over again, especially if you don't know how to win right now.
I remember you also had that in Dark Crusade. You became a menace. You went into all the lobbies, you played all the quick matches. At the moment, people were like, yep, that's Agonia, quits everything. You couldn't get matches anymore because everyone was like, nope, we know that name, get the fuck out of here.
It was so sad because the good players left. I'm not even that good at the game. That's a problem. Like, the higher you go in skill level in the game, the more dead zones are between players. Like, I can still beat Panda Meat in a can, but Puff stomps me with one hand.
While being stoned.
While being stoned.
Ah, well.
Yeah. That's...
But now we just talked a lot about the heroes and stuff.
Yeah, that's important too. See? Yeah. I'm helping you stream.
Thank you for helping me stream. Right, what would my stream be without you?
Less agonizing.
Maybe.
But probably also boring.
Agonia and become verb.
Yes. I mean, the whole tag Agonia just came about because normally I use Agony, and it just was taken already.
Yep, and now it just is. And now you just say it's true. Yeah, I know. She's always berating me, always judging me. Who wants the stream to be less agonizing? Me?
Oh,
hello.
But I'm such a good support to you in HOTS.
You were, actually, if I didn't support you.
Yeah.
I mean, usually I protected you because no one wanted to play Warrior, so I had to always fill with Johanna.
Unless I played Diablo, then you could play Alexstrasza, because Diablo Alexstrasza was a very fun combo.
Which was? That was funny.
She had like a special talent that lets her delayed AoE spawn a globe. It normally just drops from one minion in the wave, and it gives like health and MP regen. And Diablo has a level 1 talent where he's just like, yeah, triple that. Which was really fun. She was so much tankier that way. Alexstrasza was just a good healer.
And dragon.
And a dragon.
I don't know why I said that, but yay.
Because you read Dragon Incantation Subjugation.
I need to write about that also.
Well, it is actively being translated, so you don't need to put it in your media thread yet, because there is actually an end in sight, technically.
Yay, maybe. in a few years. Oh well.
It's a good buy-here novel. If anyone is interested.
Anyway, okay, you know what? I'd say we should wrap this one up here.
That's fair.
Hope you all had fun. Hope you all had a good time. See you all tomorrow for Neo 2. And hashtag PainMess 2025. Back into the pain. Be there tomorrow. Yeah. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Hey.